All right, so we've got a pretty full agenda tonight, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I want to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Murray County Board of Education. Mr. Director, it looks like no snow's in the forecast, so you didn't give us a snow day today, so we're going to be having a meeting. The first item of business, we're going to ask the Vice Chair to call the roll.
Ms. Parker. Mr. Morrison is here. Ms. Martin.
Here.
Mr. Pennings.
Here.
Mr. Moore.
Here.
Mr. Lassiter.
Present.
Mr. Bates.
Here.
Mr. Beaver.
Here.
Ms. Powers.
Here.
Mr. Lindsay.
Here.
Mr. Dudley.
Here.
10 present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All right, so next, going through the agenda, what we're going to do next, we're going to take the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have Spring Hill Middle School that's here to lead the pledge. And then after the Pledge of Allegiance, if everyone will still continue to remain standing, we'll have a moment of silence. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Director Marzak and School Board. Before we do the Pledge of Allegiance, one of our students, in recognition of our School Board Appreciation Week, and I know the agenda's full, but she had a short letter that she wanted to read to you guys for your support for the school system. And we have an 8th grade student. Her name is Lydia Melanchenko, and she would like to read that real quickly before I introduce our students that will be doing the pledge.
Dear Murray County School Board, there is no justifiable way to describe the impact that you have on schools throughout our county. I can imagine that being a member is no easy task, but without the school board, Spring Hill Middle School would be left in ruins. You help us keep our school running smoothly and fulfill the needs of teachers and students alike, all while giving time from your personal lives to improve the education system of Murray County. You make tough decisions that not everyone may agree on, but thanks to those decisions, you help both students and teachers gain access to the tools and technology we need to enhance the experiences of learning. Because of the Murray County School Board, we have countless opportunities to flourish and expand our generation, the generation of science and technology. You encourage us students to go to school, even though we're not always happy about it, and push us towards the brighter paths that await us all. With your help, we, the students of Spring Hill Middle School, have the chance to build a better future, not just for ourselves, but for everyone around us. On behalf of all the students and faculty of Spring Hill Middle School, thank you for all that you have done and will do for us and everyone else in Murray County. You couldn't do a better job of influencing our schools. Sincerely and respectfully, Lydia Melanchenko.
And I can assure you she wrote that on her own. At this time, I would like to introduce our school sponsors for this is our student council members, along with their sponsors, Mrs. Chadwell, Mrs. Grant, and Mrs. Jones, and they will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, to get things started, we need to adopt an agenda. Do have some amendments to the agenda. Mr. Dudley has asked that we have a discussion regarding substitute teachers. And so these items are going to be added under new business, that it will be Roman numeral 10. So first item of new business will be Mr. Dudley to discuss substitute teachers. Mr. Dudley, I apologize. That was on the draft agenda, but Ms. Shirley, of course, I think you were probably held up from the snow, and so we had a little bit of a where it didn't end up on the final agenda, but we get that back on the agenda. Second item under new business, Mr. Lindsay has asked that we have a discussion regarding naming a facility, softball field at Mount Pleasant High School. Is that correct, Mr. Lindsay? That's correct. And then the third item, the director has added discussion of a possible pilot program with Representative Butts of using ACT scores in place of Tennessee Ready. So we'll be adding that. That'll be item number 3 under new business. And then also, Ms. Shirley, I think we're going to be adding under staff reporting, there'll be a new section B to get a presentation from food service. Is that correct, Ms. Shirley? Thank you. All right, with that being said, is there any other changes to the agenda that you have before you? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Motion by Mr. Dudley. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Beaver. Any discussion on the motion? Ready to proceed to vote. Okay, let the minutes reflect that that motion does pass 11-0. All right, it looks like under recognitions and announcements, we have a presentation regarding Ms. Blankenship, and I'll turn that over to the director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Blankenship, are you in the room? Come on down. So this happened a while ago, but due to various reasons, we were unable to do this, so I wanted to recognize you at this time. So, Ms. Blankenship, this comes from TSBA. Congratulations. You have been selected to receive the 2015 Tennessee School Boards Association South Central School Volunteer Recognition Award. This award in the form of a plaque was presented at the TSBA Fall District meeting on Tuesday, September 1st at South Lincoln Elementary School. And during the dinner and awards ceremony that began at 6:45, this award was presented. And I also wanted to say, Ms. Blankenship, we are very proud of you because this was a prestigious award, and it's an honor to present her with this award at this time. So I'd like to officially give her the plaque, and if everybody would give her a big round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. Pleasure. Do you want to say anything?
I didn't get a chance to do this, but I'd like to thank Dr. Gunn, John Gunn at Mount Pleasant High School for instigating the nomination that started this unbeknownst to me, and it was quite an honor, and it's been really fun. It's what I like to do. I like to teach. When I quit teaching, I still haven't gotten quite out of the school yet. Sometimes I think he thinks it would be good if I did. But I want to thank him and all the other people that were involved in it. It's quite a prestigious award, and the comment that made that was nice, and the board will appreciate this. Some of you have been long-timers. It's the first time that a Murray County Education Association member, or TEA member, has been selected as a volunteer in Tennessee with the School Board Association. So that was a big step, and it really meant a lot. Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Ms. Blankenship, and thank you for your dedication. All right, Mr. Marzak, looks like you have another presentation
Yes, sir.
With the mayor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Norman, if you would please join me at this time. And I will turn the mic over to Mr. Charlie Norman, Mayor of Murray County.
Thank you. I have a proclamation again to recognize that this is School Board Appreciation Week. I'm not going to read the whole proclamation. You got a big agenda, but I'm just going to read one paragraph. The men and women of our local school boards are elected by the people to make decisions most appropriate for their communities and deserve recognition and thanks for their countless hours of service to the public education in Tennessee. Now, therefore, I, Charles Norman, County Mayor of Murray County, do hereby proclaim January 25th through 31st, 2016 as School Board Appreciation Week in Murray County, and encourage all citizens to join me in this worthy observance. I appreciate it. And again, I appreciate the job you're doing. And I think you're very much moving forward with the progress of education. I talked to people today, and these people say, well, you know, you need to move here, you need to move there because of the school system. Now we got people saying you need to move to Murray County because we are progressing and moving the right way. I appreciate the job you're doing, and this guy right here is doing a great job in the community. I appreciate you picking him because we are moving forward, and Murray County is going to be great. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Norman. Oh. Well, I guess I'm almost a little bit embarrassed. That is really great. And I just wanted to say on behalf of the board to Mayor Norman, we certainly appreciate you coming and your kind words to us. I do want to say to all the individual board members that I certainly appreciate your time and your dedication to the board. I know, and maybe I need to apologize for you all having to spend so much time with me in these long meetings that we have, but I know that we do put in a lot of time and there is a lot of devotion. I'm also very appreciative of all the swag that we got back here. It took me a while just to clean off my table. So we're, on behalf of the board, I know we're all very, very much appreciative of that. But I will say that I almost feel bad because really I think, and I think probably I speak for a lot of the other board members, that we're most appreciative of our employees, our teachers, and our students of Murray County. You all help us to look good. And so you all are doing the real work, and so we really appreciate your time. and your dedication to the school system. All right, so next item on the agenda is the Maury County Education Association. Do we have Representative Mr. Huebner?
Are we on? There you go. I want to piggyback on what Mayor Norman said. I get to work with his son right down the hall from us, and it's a pleasure to know there's two wonderful Normans in this city. At least it's wonderful. They're great people. We want to thank you guys for the work that you do. It is School Board Appreciation Week, and I wrote Dr. Marzak, I guess it was a couple weeks ago, complimenting him on the 7 keys as worthy academic goals, and I wasn't saying that wasn't good. I said, but one of the things I often work with as a teacher is what I call the 5 C's of character. And you may not remember what I wrote to you about that, but I mentioned several things. I build in, I don't get there and say, okay, I'm going to teach about citizenship. I weave it into my lessons, because if we teach them all this knowledge and we succeed in our 7 keys, but we don't teach them anything about character, then they're not good citizens. So a lot of it is involved with being a good citizen. So character, I have the 5 C's: citizenship, courage, and sometimes taking steps that aren't popular, but a lot of times for students doing the right thing in spite of peer pressure. Commitment, you got to be on the job all the time, right? You got to be there on time, do the work, can't be late to school. Communication skills, so that if we say hello, good morning, thank you, you respond. We teach them those things. And then kind of a double C there, care and compassion, concern for other people. And I think in the short time I've been here at some of the meetings and working with the board, I think from what I've known of the years, the reputation, those are the kind of things the board has exemplified over the years. You are representative of that, and you do that well for Maury County. Citizenship, you serve a lot of long hours of meetings that a lot of us wouldn't want to be at. A lot of courage, stepping forward to do something. Running for office takes some courage, doesn't it? Commitment, you're here most of the time, you do the work, you step up to the plate, you're on time. You've got effective communication skills. You have to do that or you might not be reelected. And then showing care and compassion for, as you say, the employees and the people of the county. So it's a short message today just to say from Maury County Education Association, we appreciate the work that you do, and we want to celebrate School Board Appreciation Week with you as well, too. So thank you very much for all you do. We appreciate you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huebner. Okay, if I could ask an officer to check our public delegation, see if anyone signed up. All right, looks like we have Michael Short, who is signed up to speak with us about Central High School baseball bathrooms. Okay, you can come forward, Mr. Short. If you'll just introduce yourself and let us know what you think.
My name is Mike Short. My wife is Teresa, and I'll unabashedly say Miss Lester, she's the best school teacher in Withorn Middle School. She's an educator there and has been there for a number of years. And we have 3 sons. Both our 2 oldest boys graduated from Central High School over the years, and my youngest son, Christopher, is a senior at Central and graduates in May. 2 of those boys have been fortunate to have played baseball for Coach Pickle at Central High School. And that's really kind of the gist of why I'm speaking on behalf of those parents for the baseball program and the softball program as well, rather than have a whole lot of people file in front of you. Let me first thank you, as so many before me have, for your tireless efforts on behalf of the education of our youth and what you do and what you continue to do, and also to thank you for the courage and vision that you had in building us a new high school. I think it's something that we are all going to be very, very proud of, and really a gem for our county when it's finished. And so thank you for that. And my son will not reap the benefit of all of that, but we as a community will certainly enjoy what it will bring to the kids coming up through our school system now. So thank you for that. Thank you for letting me talk tonight. I really don't have a great eloquent thing to say to you other than to ask for you to allow us to proceed with a reallocation of funding to build bathrooms at Central High School at the baseball facility. Don't know how many of you have been there, don't know how many of you have seen it, but the baseball, softball complex that Central has are two of the best playing surfaces in the mid-state and probably in the state. They are beautiful baseball fields. That is solely attributed to Coach Pickle and the other coaching staff for softball and what they are able to do and what they're able to get out of players and how they make them pick crabgrass and stuff like that. But they are wonderful facilities, and if you walk up the ramp heading to the baseball field for a baseball game and you look off to the right, you see how pretty it is. And for 16 years, we have listened to parents who have come up that ramp and looked at that field and said how beautiful and gorgeous it is, and players just are in awe. And I don't even like to walk on it because I'm fearful that someone's going to yell at me. But it's a beautiful, beautiful place. And unfortunately, that transition takes place with our fans and with our baseball and softball family. As you kind of look through the rest of the complex and realize that our facilities are grossly inadequate is the best way to say it. Functional, yes. We have porta potties, and that's what we have had for probably the last 20 years to accommodate both parents and players and anyone that comes to a Central game. And it's a little bit of a treacherous walk down a gravelly, rutted road and muddy. And I could spend some time talking about ADA and all those elements, but really I just want to express to you our concern for that facility and the fact that we are investing significant dollars on the front of the house that looks so very nice. And I would just like to ask that we bring those baseball, softball facilities up to the, not even the same level, but a functional level, one that we can be proud of that will match the facilities themselves. Nothing fancy, nothing expensive. We need a block building that can house some restrooms. There's been a lot of talk about, concessions and bathrooms and press box, and we need a concession and we need a bare bones thing for bathrooms and concession stand. We don't need elaborate and we don't need fancy. We just need a place that particularly our ladies can use the restroom without going to a porta potty. So thank you very much. Any questions anyone has, I'll be happy to take them. Otherwise, I'll sit down.
All right, Mr. Pennings and then Mr. Dudley.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good evening, rather.
Thank you.
How many people do you normally have at a baseball game, especially during a tournament?
For our regular season games, there are 20 players on the team, and if we just extrapolate that a little bit and say there's 2 parents per player, plus the grandparents that so often are bigger fans than even the parents, I would say that, on the home side, we probably have 60 folks, and on the visitor side, it depends on who's coming to town, but it could be anywhere from 40 to 60 as well. And that's on the baseball side. I would expect an equal number on the softball side.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Once again, I want to thank you for coming before us this evening. Are you representing just the baseball and softball, the booster club, or what exactly are you
No.
here just as a parent?
I'm speaking for a parent of a baseball player,
Okay.
for the most part, and on behalf of all the parents of those 2 programs that really use that facility. You could make a case that, that is where the football team practices back there on that football field. Would those bathrooms be available for players and people attending practice? Most certainly, I would think that they would. I don't have any numbers along those lines, but really speaking on behalf of a parent of a baseball player and been involved in the Central baseball program for about 15 years.
Okay. One of the things that has occurred in the past, we've had competing groups among the Central family, so to speak. You have the football teams and the basketball teams and the softball and baseball teams, and now we have an ever-growing number of volleyball and it's becoming just about any sport imaginable is being offered. But the school board and the county certainly cannot build restroom facilities and concession stands for each and every group. There's got to be, in my opinion, if we build it, there's got to be cooperation among all groups as far as the use of it, and it's probably gonna have to be shared facility.
Right. And I think we are certainly supportive of that position and open to that. These are bathrooms for Central High School and for anyone that would be using Central High School. And let me go back to your question, for tournaments. For tournaments, that number may grow to twice that size, with multiple teams showing up and waiting for their turn to play and sticking around and that kind of thing. And our concession stand is a trailer. It's a Coke trailer that Coach Pickle, I don't know where he got it, but it's an old Coke trailer that we've managed to keep operational. Really no running water. We use a lot of hand sanitizer at both the bathrooms and the concession stand. So I agree with you. I think that whatever we build back there is a Central High School facility, and anyone that using those facilities can certainly use those bathrooms. I mean, we would want that. The baseball program, in my time with it, and I know so many people that have gone through baseball even before my kids were there. Baseball has always been a self-funded program. We don't have necessarily a booster club. When Coach Pickle needs something, the parents kind of rise to the occasion, and we manage to do that. Building a bathroom for a complex is a little bit outside the scope of what we would do. And I don't think, to my knowledge, that Central Baseball or softball have ever come to ask the board for any fund allocation.
Okay. And I certainly appreciate what has happened. Part of the reason the school board made in keeping Central at its current location was so many of the stakeholders did not want to move away from what was already built there. And past groups have worked hard to, along with the coaches, to build the first-class facilities that we have there. And I can see them not wanting to move away and start from scratch on a completely green site somewhere else. But we just have to be able to share all these facilities among all the other sports, and then be open-minded that the school administration there may be other fundraising events that may not use the ball fields, but they could use the walkways going back and forth for various fundraising events and this and that, and still need to use the restrooms and stuff.
Well, certainly having a lighted facility, both sides, softball and baseball. So adding lights to that facility allows us to open the door to host and accommodate a lot more tournaments. I know that's something Coach Pickle would really like to do, but we've been very limited. Now that we have that capacity and ability, certainly being able to offer just a moderate level of concession capability and bathroom facilities to accommodate folks is certainly going to enhance our ability to host more and really be a good ambassador for the community.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Beaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Short, for coming out tonight.
Sure.
And I think one of the things that you just kind of skimmed over earlier that I think we need to take into consideration is the ADA requirements. That, I guess we're just lucky over the last several years that we haven't been, I guess, approached by ADA to meet their requirements. And like I think was mentioned the other night, that we have some health issues there also. Yeah. Know where to wash our hands and all that. So I think we need to take in considerations ADA and the health problems that we're faced with there.
Well, I think you bring up a great point. I think, baseball, softball, really all the athletics really attract a lot of family, a lot of folks. And so you do get a lot of elderly folks there. You get a lot of grandparents. You get some canes, you get some wheelchairs, you get walkers. Navigating to our restrooms with a cane or a walker is a very challenging thing. We've had to do some really creative things to get some wheelchair grandparents in there and allow them to enjoy watching their grandkids. So certainly moving them down to a level that would not force them to go off-road would be a very beneficial thing and would potentially address a risk that needs to be mitigated.
Because I know this past Tuesday, I went out, took a look at the field and the surrounding areas, and, it's dangerous for the older people, with canes and walkers and wheelchairs. And, we need to address that.
Thank you.
Mr. Penix.
Thank you, sir. I've taken a walk back there just this week. And if my dearly departed aunt that lived with me before lives with me now, she wouldn't be going to a softball game or baseball game. As far as any propriety, I'm sure everybody understands that if this board votes to build restrooms, concession stand on that ball field, it's the property of the Central High School and the schools, not special property of the baseball or softball team. I'm sure everybody understands that. The money that we're going to have involved isn't really, in my opinion, going to be building the simple block that you want. It's going to be in making it ADA safe and the hooking up for the sewer lines and water lines and electrical lines. That's probably going to be the most expense that we have. Because you're not asking for a Taj Mahal, you're asking for something that just works.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Short, for your input. We really appreciate it. All right, with the board's indulgence, we do have a guest here, Mr. Ben Torres from TSBA, and I would like to possibly take him out of order so we can go ahead and talk with him, and so he's not having to stay here much longer. Is everybody okay with that? Anybody object to that? All right, Ms. Parker, it looks like you're listed that you brought in the guest, so I don't know if you want to introduce him.
Sure. In our policy committee meeting, we talked about the prospect of having TSBA do a customized policy manual for us and the upkeep that would be involved in that. I don't think that we've had one in at least the last 10 years, I believe was what was stated at the policy meeting based on Ms. Alexander's research. And so the recommendation of the committee was to proceed with that, but there were some members that did want to hear from Mr. Torres as to what exactly is involved in the service and how it can benefit our organization. So I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. First, I want to say I hope you're enjoying School Board Week. You know, you hear a lot about jobs, you hear a lot about improving the community, community development, economic growth, and when it comes down to it, it all starts with education. It all starts in the schools. So you're doing a fine job there. The teachers are doing a great job, the administrators, so I commend you on that. So I've got a short presentation. Any questions you have, stop me and ask them. I'll be happy to answer them. But I really wanted to get into the details of what's offered with our customization service. Now, with our customization service, we take your current policy manual and we go policy by policy, line by line, and we read that and we compare it to our base manual that we maintain. We have 2 attorneys on staff, me and another attorney, that maintain that base manual. And we compare those policies, and we make sure that anything that's required by law is in there. If you have something that is similar to those requirements, we make sure that it's worded correctly, it meets the requirements and intent of the law. And like I said, we go policy by policy, line by line. So that's our customization service. When you get a customized manual, you're getting approximately 40 to 80 hours of work put in on all those policies. And when we deliver that customized manual to you, all the policies you're required to have by law, approximately 52 of them are in there, along with other policies to help you run the district. Now, with that being said, it is your manual. If you don't necessarily want something in there, it's up to the board to make that decision. The way we do it is we'll present the recommendations to you. After the recommendations are presented to you, the board goes through and says, we like this, we don't like this, can we change this? And we take that feedback, and then we look at the request from the board, and we say, yes, you can do this. No, you can't do this because there's a law, a case, a regulation that says you can't do this. Or you can do this, but these are the practical implications if you do this. So a lot of times we'll get questions from boards that say, we want to do this, and a lot of times you can do it, but then there are certain specific instances where there's a law or regulation on the federal level, on the state level, a court case that you run into that could cause a problem with that. So that's the customization service. And once we get all the feedback, we'll send it back to you, and once you approve it, the board has a new manual. Now, that's the first part. Shifting into the maintenance part is where we keep up with your manual. On a regular basis, we keep up with all the changes at the federal and state level, court cases. We all know things change all the time. And we have 2 attorneys on staff. That is our job. We just look at the law and see what has changed, and do we need to change our policies? I know you have attorneys on staff here that do a great job at that, but they're also concerned with the implementation as well. So we have 2 attorneys that deal just with, keeping up with policies because everything changes so much. So the maintenance piece, we send you policy recommendations as things change. Usually we send 8 to 10 a year, and in those recommendations are multiple policy changes. And I'll go over a few here in a minute that we've done most recently. Policy consultation. If you've got a question about a policy or you're thinking about doing something, you can call us. Talk as long as you want. There's no extra charge. I've been on the phone with somebody for an hour before talking about policy consultation and what they need to do to get their district. There's no charge for that. There's nothing extra. Sample policies. We have approximately 270 policies in our policy manual. You may end up with more. You may end up with less depending on what the board decides if you go with this service. But you have access to all those policies. We do an annual audit of your policy manual of all the policies required by law to make sure you have the policies in place. If they're in place, we make sure that they're correct. And then online hosting. You'll get your own personalized website to where your policy manual is housed online. It's all accessible to the community. All you have to do is put a link. Anytime you want to make a change or you make a change at a board meeting, all you have to do is email us and say, we changed this, and we take care of it from there and make sure it gets updated online. So that's included as well. So just to go over a few examples of some of the things we've done recently, we recently did a policy on background investigations. There's been an audit going around by the TBI in preparation of other audits on how systems store background investigation information. So we got in contact with the TBI, we coordinated with the TBI, they looked at the policy, we developed it, and we sent it out to all our subscribers. So now our subscribers have a policy that's been looked at by the TBI. Well, they're the ones doing the audit. So we know that that's going to work for them. Service animals in school facilities, that's becoming more of a hot topic throughout the state. We recently developed a policy on that and sent it out to districts. And one new one is I had a request before Christmas on a drone policy. There's a school system in East Tennessee, I believe. They want to use drones for their football practice, and we're working on developing a policy to make sure that they comply with the FAA regulations, with Tennessee law, and all the things that are encompassed with that. We recently did a custom policy. One district had a problem or had a concern about animals being brought onto school property, not service animals, just regular animals. So they were policy subscribers. We developed a policy customized to them. They're the only ones that have it in the state. But you get that. If you see a problem and you want to address it, you call us, and we work to address it, and we work to work out a policy. Maintenance, some of the things we sent out recommendation-wise, uniform grant guidance. I know that's a big topic. Family Medical Leave Act, testing, non-renewal, dismissal. Those are just some of the regular things that change when the state implements new laws. And we're a member of the American Association of State Policy Services. So what that means to you is we reach out in some cases to our counterparts across the nation and say, we're having this problem. What have you done to address it? Or federal regulations have changed with uniform grant guidance, for instance. What are you seeing your districts do to meet those new federal requirements? And a lot of it does have to do with federal law. You know, the ADA, uniform grant guidance, there's topics upon topics that we're able to reach out to those resources around the country. So that's just an overview, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, but have you got any questions about the service? I see one.
Okay, Mr. Moore.
I have 3 questions, and I'll try to keep it brief, too, since we move things around. How long would it take to go through that process for us to have a product?
as fast as the board wants to move. Honestly, we did Cheatham County submitted everything in November, and before Christmas, we submitted the entire manual back to them.
Okay.
So it's up to the board how long.
Realistically, 3 or 4 months to be from start to finish.
From start to finish, and that includes us sending you recommendations, every one of you reviewing it, making the changes, coming back, a legal review of the changes. That's one thing. Everything is legally reviewed. Any change you send in, an attorney looks at it.
Okay.
And then sending it back to you in final approval. And if you have two meetings where you have to approve a policy, that's 2 months right there. So.
Okay. The second question I had, one of the concerns that we've had as we looked at our policy now, and I think part of what had us looking at your service was alignment of policies. So, and I know you kind of take what we have and take what you already have. Do you help us with that? Maybe we have some policies, and maybe it's some policies we choose to keep that are not necessarily that you guys already have. But do you help us align those and make sure we're not, one of them isn't contradicting another?
Yes, that's another portion of what we do is we take all the policies and figure out what section they go in and then compare those to other policies. And a lot of times when we do this, we find that there are redundant policies throughout a manual, and we just either delete a policy or transfer all that information into one policy where it actually belongs and is grouped with everything else. So you're not looking at 3 places, you're looking at 1.
Okay, and that was my third question about everybody here knows I like to remove policies when we can. So, but yeah, that sounds like a great thing. So that answers my questions. Thank you.
Any additional questions? I guess I did have a question. Since you're here, I wanted to take advantage of having a TSBA representative here, and it looks like I guess you're with government relations as well.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to catch you off guard, but what do you know as far as what the status of the voucher bill is right now? Can you maybe, if you can, update us on that and kind of give the board members kind of an understanding of what the voucher bill does and doesn't do?
I've been working on that issue for the past 2 weeks. It's something that came up fairly quickly. So Tuesday night, it passed the Tuesday night. This is Thursday. Yes, Tuesday night it passed the House Full Finance Committee. 21 members were present at that committee. One of them was not present due to previous surgery. It was 11 to 10 vote. It passed that Finance Committee by 1 vote. So at this point, it goes to Calendar and Rules next week. And Calendar and Rules is they set the House floor agenda. They determine when the bill will go to the floor to be voted on by all the membership. If it goes through the House calendar and it is scheduled for a floor vote, at that point, it's on the floor, and it takes a majority to pass. There's 99 members, so you're looking at 50. Right now, it's going to be close. I really think it'll be less than 10 votes either way is going to be that final determination. And I've been meeting in the next week.
How's it progressing in the Senate? Is it progressing just as
passed
fast?
last session in the Senate.
Okay.
So as long as it keeps its current form, I believe there won't be any issues with if the bill is passed in the House, going to the Senate and just updating the dates and anything like that. If they have to, they may not even have to, depending on, it all depends on how it plays out. If there's amendments added to it, which amendments can be brought on the floor, if there's amendments added to it and it changes the form of the bill, then it would have to go back to the Senate conference and, figure out. So there's a lot of options, but some amendments didn't get added Tuesday. So we'll just see if they're brought on the floor or not. It's up to those individual representatives.
And I know it's a moving target as to what the bill does or doesn't do because it's subject to amendments, but roughly what would the bill do at this stage?
Currently, right now, at this stage, if a child is on free and reduced lunch and attends a school in the bottom 5%, then they are eligible to get a voucher to attend a private school. It starts at the $5,000 statewide, and then it progresses up to $20,000. That's right now. Now, what the bill also says is that if all those vouchers aren't used by students in the bottom 5% of schools, then any child in the district that contains a school in the bottom 5% can use that voucher, apply to use that voucher for a private school. So the example I use when I'm talking to people is Jackson-Madison County. They have one school in the bottom 5%. If those students don't use those vouchers that are allotted to Jackson-Madison County, then any student in Jackson-Madison County can apply to use those. Now, keep in mind that while they do have one school in the bottom 5%, they also got schools that are in the top 5%. Every district that this affects at this time has a reward school that is performing in the top 5%. So it kind of takes this, and I call it an expansion piece. It expands out to that whole district, and that's just right now.
Okay.
So does that?
Yes, I appreciate that. Are there any additional questions? All right. Definitely appreciate your time and
Absolutely.
appreciate the information that you've been able to bring to us.
And we'll keep you updated. There'll be an update sent out tomorrow, and then as things progress next week, it could be daily. We just have to see where the pieces may fall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board.
All right, looks like we're back on the agenda. We're under item 6, and it's my understanding that our attorney is asked to have an attorney-client meeting with us. So we'll go into that at this time, and we will be back in a few moments. All right, looks like we have everybody back, and so we can go ahead and get the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda, item 6, is regarding a dismissal. Before we begin, I'd like to hear from Mr. Walliver. Maybe you can just kind of give us an overview where we're at procedurally and what we're going to be asked to do tonight.
So what you have before you tonight are the charges for dismissal of a tenured teacher. You're being asked tonight to look at those charges and see if the charges are of such a nature as to warrant the dismissal of the teacher. This is one of the first steps in the due process of a tenured teacher that is being faced with a dismissal. The charges are proffered by the director of schools and signed, provided to the teacher, and then that has to come before you. You look at these charges to determine if they are serious enough to warrant dismissal. If you vote yes to that tonight, what happens from there, the teacher will receive notice from the director of schools that you have approved the charges. The teacher will then have 30 days to appeal those charges to an impartial hearing officer. The impartial hearing officer will basically hold court and hear evidence for and against dismissal. The impartial hearing officer will then rule either for dismissal or against dismissal. Ultimately, that matter, through the record, there'll be a court reporter who'll transcribe the whole process, and any documentary evidence will all come back to you. You will then determine if that impartial hearing officer did a good job or not. Basically, you'll get to be the arbiter over whether or not that process was fair and whether the evidence supported dismissal. If so, then you'll uphold the dismissal at that point, and then the tenured teacher still has due process rights even above that. So again, this is one of the first steps in the due process of a tenured teacher for whom charges of dismissal have been leveled.
Okay, so here tonight, we're just being asked whether we certify the director's charges. Is that correct? Okay, is there a motion to certify? Motion by Mr. Pennings, second by Mr. Lindsay. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing now, we're ready to vote. Motion passes 10-1. Okay, next item on the agenda, staff reporting. We've already covered, Ms. Parker, the presentation from TSBA. So we're now to proceed with food service, if everyone's ready to proceed on that. Mr. Beaver.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I didn't receive the information this afternoon till an hour or so before we came to the meeting. I hadn't had a chance to review it. And since I guess I was the one that initiated it, could we postpone this to next meeting so I have time to review?
Okay, I'll take that as a motion to postpone to the next board meeting. Second by Mr. Moore. Any discussion on the motion? Yes, Mr. Morrison.
If I could, I'd just like to have some clarification on what the reason for the presentation is and why it's important to delay it.
Mr. Beaver, I'll turn that over to you since that's your motion.
Okay, I think it was more along the lines of funding and about, it's been so long, of how the, about funding and free lunches for every school in Murray County. And I think Mr. Parkhurst was going to justify.
And I think, Mr. Beaver, I think you had some questions about how much fund balance and what we were doing with our fund balance.
Yeah, correct.
And I think, and definitely, I'm sure Mr. Parkhurst has done a very good job of bringing that information. You're just asking you want to be able to digest it a little bit before we go into the presentation tonight and proceed with that at the next regular meeting. Is that correct? Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Motion passes 11-0. Okay, next item, we have the consent items. Does anybody want to pull any of those consent items for separate discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Lassiter.
I'd ask Mr. Bates the procedural way to do this. I would like to pull under A, item number 2, and defer that to the next meeting. I have a question about one of my votes on a particular item, and I've gotten my notes. I voted a different way than the minutes have, and I looked at the video, and I can't tell by the video, so I'd like to give the tech folks time to check that out and get back with us, please.
Okay. So you heard Mr. Lassiter. He wants to pull the, I guess, December 10th, 2015 minutes so that he can, he's got a question about how a vote was done. Just wants to look at the video to get some clarification on that. I guess procedurally, that would require a motion if everybody's, we can do that by common consent. Anybody opposed to doing that? All right, seeing no objections, we'll do that by common consent. We'll pull that off the consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull anything else for a separate vote or separate discussion? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as it's stated on your agenda, with the exception of the December 10th, 2015 minutes, which are going to be moved to the next regular meeting agenda. Any discussion on that motion, Mr. Lindsay? Sorry, we don't have a motion yet. Motion by Mr. Lindsay, we have a second. Second by Mr. Moore. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to proceed. Motion passes 11-0. All right, committee reports. We're under the zoning of facilities report, and so we have some recommended actions from your committee, Mr. Moore. Looks like the first item that you're recommending from on behalf of your committee for approval by the board is the approval of a change proposal to reallocate $103,372 of the furnishing budget funds. And maybe you can help us with that, Mr. Moore. Is it just basically nothing's changing as far as the amount of the contract? This is just who's going to be doing this particular job?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, that's correct. This was it was a little bit more efficient way to do this, I think, based on talking with Hewlett Spencer Bell. So we just kind of moved some things around, and it's going to be coming from a different place, but no change from what I understand on cost.
Okay. Any discussion on the committee's recommendation to make this change dealing with the furnishings? All right, seeing no discussion, we're ready to vote. Mr. Lindsay. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Dudley. Judge, Mr. Dudley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for not being able to attend the committee meeting. Does this affect the schedule in any way? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moore, is that, no, it would not change the schedule?
No, it does not change. It does not change it at all.
Okay. Any additional discussion on, do we have another mic on? Any additional discussion on the committee's recommendation? Mr. Pennings.
Actually, this change gives us a net that they give back to us of $34,667.
Well, that's good news, Mr. Pennings. Appreciate that. Oh, excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding. Actually, the 34,000, actually this is a dollar for dollar swap. There's not any savings. The 34,000 was some additional, let me look right back here and see if I can look at that, was some additional money that is actually, it's a negative amount that we're covering from some other places in the budget, but it's a net zero change. There's not a gain or a loss here. It's a net zero. So that might be a little confusing.
All right, well, Mr. Penny's got me all excited for a minute. So.
Well, this announcement got me all excited because it says a negative net of $34,600.
Where are you saying that negative net, Mr. Pennings?
Last paragraph, no, the second paragraph.
Oh, you're talking about the report.
$34,667, negative 34,000. And a negative means that we got it back, that we didn't spend it.
All right, so I think, Mr. Pennings, you're referring to, is it the bail letter? Is that what you're looking at? Okay, I see what you're talking about.
You get the letter from Mr. Steve Hewlett.
Yeah, it's a letter here to Mr. Hewlett from Tyler Powell. What they're actually showing is the total cost of the work's $138,000. The net change is 103 that's moving from one budget to the other. The negative 34,000 is being absorbed in other places in the project. So it's actually no change to us. It's just a change within the counting of Bell Construction and Hewlett Spencer. So this memo is not to us, it's to Hewlett Spencer. So actually, the net cost of the entire work to put these tables in the science lab is $138,000. But the amount of money that we're moving from the furnishings budget is $103,372. The $34,666 is being absorbed by Hewlett Spencer within the project itself.
Mr. Pennings.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying that we served, by doing this change,
We saved
furnishings, we saved $34,000.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
And
I
that's what we
misunderstood.
hired Hewlett Spencer to do.
Yes, sir, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. Didn't want you, make you think you're going to see that savings coming back in a net at the end.
I got you. But so I can still be excited, right, Mr. Pennings? Okay, good. All right, so is there any more discussion on the committee's recommendation? Seeing that we're ready to vote on that recommendation. This is to approve and adopt that recommendation by the board. Motion passes 11-0. All right, next item, Mr. Moore. The next item that we have coming out of your committee is dealing with an approval to take $50,000 out of fund balance regarding a restroom facility. And I think there was a little bit confusion at the last committee meeting. I believe that particular vote was 5-1. And so there was some confusion about whether that's made it up to us, whether it's up to the board. And really, that's a parliamentary type question. It's a point of order, which I, as chair, it's my obligation to review that and make a determination as the chair. And I've determined that motion, if they had 6 members present at that committee, they had a quorum, and therefore, under Robert's Rules of Orders, majority approves anything coming out of that committee. So when that motion passed 5-1, that recommendation did make it up before the board. So that matter is properly before the board. And I'm going to give some of my reasons, since there was some confusion, and maybe this can kind of help clarify things moving forward. Our policy is very clear. Policy 1.604, and everybody can look at that, says that we've adopted Robert's Rules of Order unless there's some statute or policy that says otherwise. So if there's a specific statute or a specific policy that says otherwise, we may differ from Robert's Rules of Orders. But otherwise, generally, we follow Robert's Rules of Order. Now, if you want to look at the 11th edition that they gave us when we became board members, if you look at page 4, it's pretty standard practice that if you have a quorum, that's going to pass by any body if it has more than half the people voting for it, those that are in attendance and are actually voting. So under that rules of order, if there were 6 present, then we had a quorum. And if my math is correct, if we had at least 4 or more, then that would be a majority. And in this case, since it did pass. Now, I think some of the confusion, and as Mr. Walliver knows, anytime you're dealing with rules and laws, it can get pretty confusing. So sometimes we have to kind of take a look at those things. And I've looked at policy 1.604, and I've also looked at the statute. This is the thing that causes confusion. There's a statute 49202G, that does provide an exception to Robert's Rules of Order whenever we're taking official action in a meeting of the board, okay, like we're here today. That statute is very clear that before any official action can ever come from the Maury County Board of Education, it's going to have to pass at least a majority of the membership, regardless of how many people show up. So you can have a majority of those in attendance, but if it's not at least 6, a majority of the membership, then it does not pass per that statute. So that's very clear, and that's always the case. That's without question. But again, that statute is very clear. That only applies to board meetings. The statute is very specific that it's dealing with board meetings. This was not a board meeting that we're talking about in question. This was a committee meeting, and that was not an official action. That was just a recommendation. Our policy is very clear. Policy 1.400 specifically says that all of our committee, everything we do in committee is advisory only. It's not an action. It's not, and that's what we're dealing with today, is just a recommendation from that committee. Now, one of the things, Robert's Rules, and anytime we have questions like this, we also have to look at precedent. And the precedent in this case, and then someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but we've never required any committees to have at least 6 members to make a recommendation. Never. Now, if that's going to change, I think that, we need to have some pretty good grounds. I need to be able to see that in a policy or need to see that in a statute. But I have not been able to find anything. Now, just because I think another thing that adds confusion, just because all 11 members are part of a committee, that doesn't change anything. We're still acting as a committee, not as a board. And if you want to look for guidance, we can look at Robert's Rules of Order. We look at page 531, and I'm quoting from Robert's Rules of Order. Quote, "A committee of the whole is a real committee in the parliamentary sense. Therefore, during the time that a meeting is in committee of the whole, even though the committee consists of the entire body of members in attendance at the assembly's meeting, it is technically not the assembly." Now, it goes on, if you want to read it, Robert's Rules at page 530, and again, I'm reading from the same manual, the 11th edition that you all received. "Votes of a committee of the whole is not a final decision, but rather, quote, and I'm quoting from Robert's Rules, has the status of recommendations which the assembly is given the opportunity to consider further and which it votes on finally under its regular rules." So just like the system that we have where we have committees, Robert's Rules recognizes that you can have committees made up all of members and they can act as a committee instead of the full board. Now, the other thing we have to look at is the big picture on this. This is a recommendation of the committee. Our policy is very clear. I don't think anybody can disagree. The committee only recommends and is only advisory. So I think we do have to maybe kind of back up and look at the big picture of the question that we're dealing with. This is just a question of whether it made it out of committee and it's properly before the board. So again, I've determined as the chair that it did make it out of committee and is properly before the board based upon that vote. So now we're ready to proceed with the discussion of the committee's recommendation. And so, Mr. Moore, we'll come back to you. It looks like your committee is recommending that we take $100,000 out of fund balance, and this is to, and you correct me if I'm wrong, this is to design and build a restroom facility and concession stand for the baseball, softball complex at Central High School. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that is correct. This was, as we discussed in that committee meeting, to take the $100,000 out of fund balance to go ahead and start on and pretty much encompass the entire project of what we were looking at. I do believe we may have some additional, if we can go ahead and move to some discussion on that.
Yeah, now I'm going to open the floor to discussion. So is there any discussion on the committee's recommendation to the board? All right, so the chair recognizes Mr. Moore, then Mr. Pennings, then Mr. Lindsay.
Oh, thank you. I believe, Stan, you may want to come back up. I believe we do have some, I think in the interim time here between the last meeting and this one, we may have some additional information that could help us possibly make a better decision.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Go ahead with that, Stan.
I was just going to share that. Unfortunately, since the last meeting, we've had several bad weather days, which may have delayed us a little bit, but I have to to thank both SSOE and Hewlett Spencer, because both of them have spent quite a bit of time working on this with really no commitment level. They understand there's no commitment level at this point. And so Mr. Hibden with SSOE and Mr. Hewlett with Hewlett Spencer are both here tonight. They've been, Mr. Hibden's been looking at some design things. Mr. Hewlett's been looking at, some of the actual situations we'd have to deal with, possible cost issues. I'm not sure we have a full report, but they're very prepared to answer questions if you all have those. And that's really what I was going to share. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Pennings, you're up next, and Mr. Lindsay, but are you all okay from hearing from Mr. Hewlett and get some additional information?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And we'll come back to you. So let's see, who should go first, Mr. Breeden? Do we need to hear from Mr. Hibden first, or Mr. Hewlett? Well, I'm not sure which comes first, the chicken or the egg, when they were dealing with architects and builders, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the benefit of some of the board members that were not here 2 weeks ago, I'll just go over a little bit of the history. At the last meeting, the chairman of the county commission petitioned the board to assist with a concession / restroom facility, and also to possibly look at the ability to put maybe a press box. Okay. At that point in time, the desire was to have this facility functional by May 4th, which is very aggressive. And so I recommended that, hey, we need specific design criteria if we're going to remotely hit this schedule. And so the discussion was, it started at an attendance of up to 500. And during the discussion, the board elected to go back to 250. So based on 250, then Hewlett Spencer worked on a concept sketch provided to us, and we reviewed against the code. They had a 24-foot wide facility and some description. They were very close on, we got it down to like a 22-foot 4 wide facility. I think we had one less sink, but the restroom count was basically right for 250. Okay, so from the concept, we evolved to what we understood they request to have a, following the same mitered corners, a concept that would be both 2 stories. The upper floor would be used for the press box and possibly for meeting of officials. Just our understanding from the concept was that you're looking at the corners of the fields. The thing would be positioned into the field. And so as we evolved in our... Okay, all right.
You want to click and go through the slides?
Yeah, okay. In our review, we discussed further at the progress meeting on Tuesday of this week, and the recommendation was made to consider, okay, if everything that's been done up there is done really well. The stakeholders have done a lot, invested a lot. The field's extremely nice. And to put a press box that's not in line with the pitchers, between the pitcher mound and home plate, the press box that's not in line is just really not the optimum. And so the recommendation was made to basically do the concession building / restroom, leave it 1 story, and then come back with what would be more desirable press box, maybe even an open air type press box. It could be enclosed, whatever, directly behind each home plate where it would be more optimum. It's like to have it all built in would not be the optimum if it could not have the line of sight where you wanted it, as if it's a greenfield site. Well, it's not a greenfield site. So that was presented, I think. Roger White was in agreement. I think it's been talked to the baseball coach, but still what I heard from the board was show us some options. And so that's what we put together. What we've got is just a overall plan. Well, let's see, let me learn how to use this thing. This may be a dual effort. You've got the baseball field, softball field, and initially what we envisioned from the sketch provided with Hewlett Spencer, the structure would be sitting in this location right here. Now, one thing we've asked for drawings related to underground utilities. You've just installed lights, so you've got electricity that's running underground. We have not received that information. We don't know exactly where water is. I think it's coming up over in this area up to Mr. Hewlett was saying the backflow preventers over in this area. So there's some underground utilities that will make some key decisions on how this thing would be laid out. But our thought was, if it's not going to be in line of sight within the location of the concession/restroom, probably needs to be pushed out of this area so you can maintain driving through here. And so we pushed it down here to somewhat a flat area. This would be almost off of first base. And then we proceeded to, keep the same plan that we provided at the meeting Tuesday. Now, even today, there's been some more discussion. Mr. Hewlett can go over some of the thoughts on that. But so we kept the same plan we presented on Tuesday. Basically, you got the men's and women's restrooms, and this is for a count of attendance of 250. And so then the concession building, basically is just there on the front. Now, we've shown some shelves and, hand sink, janitor's closet, which is required by code. And so we've shown what it possibly could be, and have developed that a little bit further. This would be just a one-story structure. I've even talked with Stan today that, what we got drawn and modeled here is like a 4-foot overhang. That could be trimmed back to 2-foot overhang. Even the mitered corners came from the original concept, but if it's not going to be trying to, be perpendicular to the line of sight, then it's probably cheaper just square those up. And so it'd probably still be some modification of this design, but this would be in concert with what I understood Principal White was in favor of, just keeping the one-story structure and get the priority of the restrooms and the concession. And so there's just a open view. And like I say, the shelving, if you're bare bones, you're going to provide your own shelving probably, but the walls would be basically in this format or orientation, and the restrooms would have the count that's shown there. So then, just in listening to the board about possibly an upper level, we basically kept the same plan, but then they're showing a elevated level just right in the center. And there's just a concept that would work for that. Now, depending on how you orient it, it could look from these sides directly into each of the fields, and depending on where it's oriented, the windows could all be adjusted to whatever the site location. And like I say, this is basically where you see the whole thing. We haven't shown like handrails, but we just peeled those off just to make the elevation be a little more apparent. Obviously, you would have handrails, but it'd be an exterior stair to get up to the structure, the upper floor. And just Mr. Hewlett may want to chime in here. Basically, in asking for the plans for the lights, I'm understanding there's a electric primary underground at this point here, where this is about the location we were thinking would allow the concession building to be functional, but still maintain the drive. And so there may be an issue with underground utilities that we need to avoid. But setting back in this area is right where you've got some electric panels that have been set based on the lighting. And so there's still some mystery the exact location, the best place for it. Mr. Hewlett, you've got some more information. I'd entertain any questions, or we can allow Mr. Hewlett to elaborate.
Let me go
further.
ahead and hear from Mr. Hewlett, and then we'll just kind of open the floor for questions at that point.
Yeah, this was all discussed in our planning session on Tuesday morning, and I started calling folks, and a fella came out and looked at it from the standpoint of sewer. We've got a letter now from the city saying sewer's not available, so we'd have to go to something else, and we're working on that. I've got the name of somebody to do some testing if we need to find a place that perks up there for sewer. Mr. Hibden's already mentioned the fact that the water that is there for irrigation of the fields, there's a cutoff and a backflow preventer that's near that area that we could get water from probably, but we've got to determine exactly how to go about doing that. But the electric power is probably going to be able to pull off of the same power that's there for the lights. Might even not have to have an additional meter, just a breaker and a cutoff for it there. So we're getting the things together that have to be there to work. The other thing that I started doing is calling our vendors, the people who are supplying the materials and the labor for the school. There's a gentleman that I called and talked with, and actually we had a meeting with him yesterday morning, who has done a good deal of work for the school system and for the county. He's built a number of buildings, including concession stands and restrooms at the park and some other things that Mr. Breeden is familiar with here in the school system. So to have somebody that would do some of the things that we might not get donated is basically what we're talking about. So the effort's underway to try to get folks to donate. We would hope that there'll be people in the community that might want to donate toward this if more money is needed than what you would appropriate to be able to get it done within your budget. But that's where we are. I'm trying to think, I don't think we left anything out on the.
Well, I'm sure, let me
with you when we were talking. But
let me open the floor, and procedurally, why don't we, since we have Mr. Hibden and Mr. Hewlett here, let me open the floor to just questions specifically of them regarding exactly what the build is, and then we can come back and have discussion on the recommendation from the committee. Mr. Dudley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back when we originally had our discussions over the design for the central school, it was decided then that we were not going to pursue the restrooms and concession stand until we saw if there were going to be some funds left, other than that we were going to have the utilities stubbed out to the rear of the new facility for the attachment of electrical and sewer and water. Now you're telling us that the provisions for the sewer were not in those plans.
Are you saying that was talked about for?
I think it was before
the ball
Hewlett
field?
Spencer came in. All the ball
Oh, you
fields
mean
were there.
before Hewlett Spencer? Because I don't remember any of that
But I
discussion.
think Mr. Hibden was in on those conversations that we wanted the utilities stubbed. And then if we saw we had additional leftover funds, then we could proceed with doing the building, because that it is even referred to in one of these notes we have here about what the past director's thoughts were.
Yeah, I don't recall specifics about that, but I would, and I haven't reviewed that, but I think what we had evolved to, and even Bell Construction had gone on site, and there's about 700 feet between the location of where the perceived restroom / concession would be to where you tie in. So it's quite expensive to tie it into the existing system.
Bell hadn't been involved in this yet.
They did provide a aerial view that they had marked.
Oh, okay, that they provided for you, okay.
Yep.
Mr. Lasser, do you
Pardon
have a
me.
question?
One of the critical issues right now is how many toilets will be in the women's and the men's. And we've had different numbers that we've worked with. And is Mr. Short still here? Is that? Yes. On your numbers that you gave, if you equate those to the code, your numbers would come up with a handicapped toilet in the women's restroom with 2 additional standard toilets. That would be 3, and a lavatory. In the men's, there would be a handicapped toilet and a urinal and a lavatory. Would that, from your standpoint, the board's got to make a decision, but from our standpoint, we can't really do anything till we know what we're building. And Mr. Hibden can't draw it until we know. Do those numbers, would that work?
That would be adequate and sufficient.
Thank you, sir. So that puts a number down for what would be in the restrooms, if that satisfies the board, if that's what y'all would want to do.
First off, I apologize for not being here for the meeting, but if you remember Monday, in fact, I am now losing my voice, and I was that way at the other, in fact, I was at home asleep before the meeting started, so I apologize, but I also want to thank and praise everybody who went through and approved us videotaping the meetings, because I did get to watch it all on YouTube. So that was a wonderful experience. My question is going to be, it's probably been 10 years ago when there were some issues with lighting at Spring Hill High School. And at the time, the coach had said about the cost of electricity, that if we buy it and it's for ball field lighting, but you don't tie in your scoreboard and your concession stand and all that to the same feed, that we've got, I mean, we were getting stadium lighting for pennies on a dollar. I mean, they were almost giving it to us, but only for the stadium lights. Do you know if that's still true, or?
I may know the answer to that. We're actually the ones, I'm the one, Mr. Hall was helping me, both he and I have talked with Columbia Power and Water, and we did discuss that with them, and I did not talk with them today. He did, but the report that they gave us today is because they mentioned that when I was talking to the engineer, he said, if this is set up just for ball field lights, we would not be able to use the same meter, but the report that Mr. Hall gave me today is he said he thought we would be able to use the same meter. So that
Okay.
came from Columbia Power and Water.
And like I said, it's been 10 years ago, so I didn't know if that was the same or not. I appreciate it, and I'll save the rest of my comments for later.
Mr. Lindsay.
I'm just going to cut to the chase. The biggest question we got before we can move forward, we got to have some type of ballpark number, and then I understand that this ballpark's really big. So, but Mr. Hibden, from what you guys have looked at so far, square footage wise, I agree with you. If you go look at the park. Going with a 2-story structure where Mr. Hibden suggests that it be placed, and I agree with him, not that that means anything, but if you put it there, it to me, you would spend a lot of money and not get a lot of benefit out of it. And as Mr. Short said, and as the others have said, I think the immediate needs are restrooms and concession stands. But so going that route, if we go with the 1-story structure, can you give us a ballpark figure that we won't hold you to? I mean, we got to start somewhere.
Well, that's interesting. We talked about that earlier, and neither one of us, that's part of why I asked that question to Mr. Short, because we've got to know what we're building and how big the building's going to be to throw out a ballpark number. And I threw another thing in there that we don't know yet. We've gotten some good feedback that, yes, we'll participate, meaning from the vendors that are already working on the high school. I'm not talking about using any of the money on the high school. I'm talking about vendors who are grateful that they were the people who are getting to work on it, who will do things. We've done things similar to this before with some contribution by vendors. And so till I have time to really dig
But
into
what I'm asking for is a worst-case scenario. If it doesn't cost X amount, then we don't have to spend it.
Well, I had one person throw a number at me that is not based on what we just learned from Mr. Short. It's based on the drawing that he had seen that Dwayne has here.
And that number.
And he just threw a number out at 150,000. It was the number, but that's not the kind of number that you really want. It's not done the way we need to do it. We need to have a drawing.
Right, but
that we get people to give us prices on.
And I understand, but the point I want to make, for us to move forward, you guys aren't going to keep doing favors for us forever. I mean, at some point, you're going to want to get paid for the work that you're doing. So let's say that it is $150,000 per your contract, and Dwayne, you correct me if I'm wrong. It costs us 5% of that for you to do what you do.
That's correct.
So if you design it at $150,000, and then we as a board don't accept that design and don't build this, it costs us $7,500.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Along that line, may I, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Hewlett.
We appreciate, we being Steve Hewlett and Jamie Spencer and the people that work with us, Bell and Associates, who's your general contractor, we appreciate the opportunity to build Columbia Central High School. Now, if you had 10 other projects that you wanted us to build and they were some other types of buildings and facilities, then we would expect to get paid profit and overhead on those also. But folks who know me know I've spent a lot of time in civic and community organizations, and civic and community organizations have projects. And we've already discussed it among our team that this is a community project. Therefore, we won't be charging you any overhead and fees to do this work. And I couldn't, in good conscience, expect to be paid to do this for you on this concession stand and then ask our vendors to donate concrete, block, other materials, whatever, possibly toilet fixtures. I don't know until I really get down to saying, what'll you give us? What can I get here? And I've got to have a plan to do that. But that's part of what a person that's making an estimate would include, would be profit and overhead for the builder. Now, I mentioned a gentleman earlier in my comments, we would have to pay him. He wouldn't be coming if we need somebody to do some of the work other than what I can get the vendors to donate. So,
Mr. Pennies, do you have a question?
I'm just wondering if you would be comfortable starting out, say, if we approved up to $100,000, would you be comfortable starting out at that? Would that possibly be all we would need? Because if I'm understanding it right, if we can't hook up to the sewer, and I don't know what a septic system costs nowadays, but I know you're talking at least or probably what, 10,000 to install a septic system?
and it'll depend on the size of the tank and how much field line we put up there, so.
So my question simply is, are you comfortable
Well,
with starting at $100,000?
starting at $100,000, that would be $94,600 for the hard cost of construction, because $5,400 would be for SSOE, and you know, y'all want. I'm comfortable trying to do it for you. I can't stand here without a plan and without having done some deeper research telling you that for sure we could do it for that, for $94,600. Mr. Pennings, I'd like to tell you that, but I think I think if I have any credibility with y'all at all, I think I'd blow it if I did say that I definitely could.
Mr. Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm convinced that Phyllis needs some facilities up there. And that's a joke between Mr. White and I. But we cut a lot of sod up there to get those facilities put there. We sprigged a lot of grass and we rolled a lot of dirt around. But in any event, correct me if I'm wrong, but I am hearing, first of all, that we don't have a design completed for this. Is that correct? Just yes or no?
That's correct.
Okay. And we don't have a hard, fast, firm location for this facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We don't really even have a consensus on either one of those two things. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we're wanting to give you a not to exceed figure so we could have a really nice facility there with brand new toilets and laboratories and so forth that may not be connected to any dadgum thing. Is that correct?
There are a lot of different types of systems you provide. We just don't know how much it would cost.
And I think that's the crux of that is the crux of my problem. We don't have a design, we don't have a fixed location, we don't have a cost.
That's
And
right.
until that, I think this board would be remiss if we move forward. Now, I would love to give you the time to do that, and I'm all for that. And maybe by next meeting, you can have that for us. But I would think that that's what we need to wait on before we move forward on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Anyone else have any additional questions before we go back on the recommendation of the committee? Mr. Lindsay.
I understand what Mr. Morrison's saying, that we can't set a budget tonight. But if we're going to move forward, we've got to assure Mr. Hibden that we're going to pay him for what he's going to do. So, and I know that this may be way out of bounds because Dr. Marzak can spend $10,000 and not get our approval on it. And if this project came in at $150,000, Dr. Marzak wouldn't have to have our approval to pay SSOE for that design. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but so I guess this is a question for Dr. Marzak or Mr. Bates. Would a motion be out of line to spend up to $7,500 on the design of this building at this point?
Okay, a motion right now would be out of order.
I understand it, but
So you've got a recommendation on the floor right now. You could make a motion to amend.
I understand that. My question is the 7,500, with that being under our threshold that we have to approve, is that out of line to ask for?
You know, I think we have a lot of board members that are interested in whether we have this facility or not. So I would think procedurally, we have the committee's recommendation. It's before the board. It is subject to amendments. But let's get a decision based upon what we have. I would hate for us to presume, both myself or the director to presume that we're going to pay for something that other board members may not approve. So, but I understand what you're saying. I mean, as far as if we do something tonight, what is going to be the cost to the county? And I think what you're talking about is the architectural fee.
Right.
So,
That's all. I mean, I think we're at a standstill from what Mr. Hewlett's telling us. He can't give us a price until he knows what in the heck he's going to build. And then Mr. Hibden can't tell us what in the heck he's going to build until we agree that we're going to pay him for doing that. And I don't blame him. And so I am taking from what you said that if you would allow the amendment to this motion that we have on the floor, if I decide to do that, for us to guarantee Mr. Hibden we're going to pay him for the design of this building.
all right. So let me, before we proceed to that, Mr. Lindsay, I just want to see if anybody has any additional questions before we go back to what's on the floor. And then we can then get into discussions where we're going to entertain amendments and that sort of thing. Mr. Dudley, do you have some additional questions before we go back to discussion on the recommendation?
Yes, sir, I do, Mr. Chairman. want to agree with Mr. Morrison in his statements. I mean, I don't think we have our ducks in a row yet. I think there was some sort of urgency. Evidently, there was a tournament that is scheduled for May the 4th to the 11th, and there were some hopes that if we really sped up and got our ducks in a row, that we could have this facility done by that time. But you know, there's still plans that have to be drawn. There's still going to have to be some landscaping. We still have the unknowns about the sewer. You know, my hopes would be that rather than having to put field lines in, I was hoping we'd be able to tie into the existing sewer system, which, like I said, I thought that was part of the redesign efforts of Central, that we were going to have a sewer line stubbed, a water line stubbed, and an electrical arrangements made where they were stubbed in, or if we had additional monies left, then we could say proceed with the concession and restroom facilities. But we're also, Dr. Marzak had we got before us a proposal for an athletic director system-wide to help determine what direction we're going to go as a whole system-wide with our athletic programs. I would love for that individual to be on board and maybe give some thoughts and ideas as to what he has in mind. I think there still needs to be some communication with the other athletic groups to determine if this is going to meet their needs. As I stated earlier, I don't think we can afford to keep building a concession stand and restroom facilities for every group that has a sports team. The documentation I have here also says a county commissioner contacted us. Well, in the past, the county commission wanted to fund the athletic facility buildings under capital improvements under separate budgets. You know, I would like to know is you know, why is it the school board has to kick all this money in? You know, the county commission has never funded the support to our athletic programs the same as other systems have. So I think there needs to be some talks of hey, why does the school system has to carry it all? You know, maybe it would help the commission would throw in half of it to help fund it. So we've got those talks. Weather, we got spring coming up. We ran through all the delays in getting the press booth and all at Spring Hill High School and the bleachers at Mount Pleasant done. We were guaranteed by those people, oh yeah, we're gonna have it done by your deadlines and you don't have to worry, these are modular components and we come in, we'll set them and you know, we'll meet your schedules. Well, they didn't meet our schedules. We had delays.
Mr. Dudley, I'm gonna just jump in. I apologize just real quick. I just wanted to see if we're ready to let Mr. Hewlett and Mr. Huebner sit down to see if anybody had any additional questions of them real quick.
So, okay, well, I'm about done, Mr. Chairman, so I don't know if they want to address any of it or not, but personally, I don't think we've got everything lined up. I understand we've tasked them or asked them to look and then basically give us a rough cost and can we get it done by May the 4th. I think that's an impossible thing to do. I don't think they can give us a guaranteed cost. I'm afraid that the cost will not be close enough and that we're going to come in with overruns and stuff. And so personally, I just don't feel like I'm ready to vote to move forward on this tonight. I mean, I do want there to eventually be some concession stands and restroom facilities at Central equal to what's at Spring Hill Middle School. I want Spring Hill Middle School to be a prime example of what our schools and facilities look like. But that is only going to come about if we do some thorough planning and all in preparation. So I'm just not ready to move forward on this tonight myself.
Thank you, Mr. Dudley. I don't want these gentlemen's legs to start hurting a little bit by standing up. Does anybody have any additional questions before we proceed to discussion on the motion? Mr. Lasser, do you have some questions?
No.
Okay.
General.
Mr. Lindsay, do you have any questions?
May I just add
Sure,
one
real
other
quick.
thing? If you decide to approve Mr. Hibden's SSOE's fees, a soil scientist to help determine that will cost $350. If you don't mind throwing that one in, and then that's some critical information that we have. That's the only thing that I'd have to spend any money on, and I thought I'd throw that in.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hewlett. All right, so let's go back to the matter that's in front of us, the recommendation of the committee. So we're going to go back to that. And Mr. Pennings, I think you were queued up first originally to talk about that. Okay. So we have Mr. Lassiter, then Mr. Lindsay to discuss the committee's recommendation.
First off, I appreciate people coming in and presenting these. And I had a student who graduated a couple years ago, and I understand spending money for sports and things not getting funded and whatnot. I sat down and kind of did a pros and cons chart, if you will, for myself. And I'm here to tell you that I know we're rebuilding Central, so I will take that out of the equation. I don't think we have a school, including the one we're in right now, that I couldn't walk in and spend a couple of days here and come up with $150,000 easy dollars that need to be done to correct the facility and to enhance the academic performance of our students. More than likely, it wouldn't take long and I could get to $1 million, $1.5 million per facility. And we know we've got some huge bills coming up here, and we've got things that we haven't even heard of yet that are coming that I've gotten wind of. But one of the things that I want to talk about on the brighter side of that is that I noticed in the video that Commissioner Shackelford came and spoke on this. And I don't know, I assume that he came at the request of one of the citizens, and I think that's great. But what a lot of people may not know is out of the budget that we get every year, the over $80 million, this year alone, we budgeted $714,586 to give to the Maury County trustee who receives the money we get, that the school system, that you pay, that the federal government pays, that the state government pays. By law, that money has to go to the trustee's office. The trustee then gives money to the school system to pay the bills. This year, we're going to budget over $714,000 for them to handle the money that belongs to the school system. They also get to keep the interest on that. And I'm really disappointed that when commissioners and different people come with these requests, I don't hear a request from them saying, hey, we take this money out of the school budget, because guess what? This doesn't reflect unless you look through the budget, when you hear Maury County Schools got X amount a year, that's what you hear. You don't hear where they take back money to give us our money. That being said, if we took that budget money and divided it amongst our 6 high schools, you're looking at just under $120,000 this year. And wouldn't it be great if the county commission would give us a chunk of that back, even if they gave us $100,000 for the high schools? Next year, you could go through and you could work on the middle schools and then work on the elementary schools. And this is money that wouldn't affect our budget It wouldn't affect what we try to do for education. It wouldn't affect what we do for the rest of, trying to keep up with what athletics and keeping the roofs over the heads and not falling in the rain. So I would like for us to keep that in mind. And I would like, because no matter what, if we pass this tonight and we take it out of fund balance, it's got to go to the commission for the commission to approve it. We don't get the money unless they say we can have it. And I think that it's time for the commission to either explain why they need this much money from us, or to give some of that money back to the community, and they could write the check to the school system or to the vendors, and they could put the buildings up. So I hope that there's a ray of light out there that, we can get some money, and it would come from the commission, the money that should have gone to the school system, and I would hope they could step up and help out with this. Thank you.
Mr. Lindsay and then Mr. Pennings.
This question for Dr. Marzak and Dr. Berkins. Could you guys find $7,850 out of our $86 million operating budget?
I'll refer to Dr. Berkins for that question.
I'm sure we can find it somewhere.
With that being said, I'll make an amendment to the motion that's on the floor, that we take out the words to take $100,000 out of fund balance, and we add the words that for the approval for up to $7,850 for the design of the restroom and concession facility.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Is a motion to amend. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Morrison. All right, so now we're on discussion of the motion to amend. And Mr. Lindsay, just to kind of recap your motion to amend, you want to basically make the motion that we're going to allocate $7,850 for design cost.
Yes, sir, and I came up with that number from the $150,000 number, 5% of that, $7,500, and that $350 that Mr. Hewlett mentioned. I'm sure Mr. Hibden could include that $350 in his work maybe, but however we got to go about doing it. But that's where the number came from.
All right, so on the motion to amend, is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Mr. Pennings, then Mr. Moore.
First off, I'd like to thank both you gentlemen for donating your time. And I agree with everything Mr. Lassiter said. But that being said, when the general public doesn't know it, it doesn't do us any good to talk about it. Because I've been saying it for 7.5 years, we should get the interest off of our fund balance and everything else we pay the county. But that being said, we need to get this project moving so the people that attend the games at Central High School, whether it be softball, baseball, volleyball, whatever, have decent places to go to a restroom and the availability to get to them in a wheelchair, on crutches or whatever. We owe it to the public of Murray County. And if we have to do this one school at a time, I guess that's the way we're going to have to do it. But at least we can start with one school.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a kind of a question and a comment. Mr. Hibden, could you answer one more question for me? Based on what we're discussing now about the design, is the May 4th timeline still something that you can do? Yes or no?
We can get it designed in probably 2 to 3 weeks if we have clear direction. We're not having clear direction right now.
Okay. Well, and maybe Hewlett Spencer may have to chime in on it too. I mean, is this realistically? Is this May 4th deadline? Were we to take this action tonight, is this a realistic deadline?
tell you this. When I was doing commercial building, I had a 9,000 square foot building for 3 tenants with bathrooms and other things in it, overhead doors, a lot. I had that building built from the time we agreed to the deal in 87 or 8 or 9. It was less than 90 days. And there was a tenant already leased, so we needed to get it ready. This building will be less than 1,000 square feet. And if we get everything to where we don't have some sort of delays, you work with the weather. Those are things you figure out how to work with. But in a situation like this where you have a road driving up to within just a short distance of where it is, you get to work a lot of times where on some other types of sites you might get rained out in a way that once the rain's gone you could work here. So, but I don't want to answer that question. The commitment of the folks that I'll have working on it's going to be to try to get it done. It is a difficult thing, and there are some people that would shrink at it and not want to make a commitment of May 4th. And I don't want to make one either until we see how long it takes them to get plans to us. Okay. And because that's a critical thing.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I guess my comment on this is, I guess, pretty simple, and I'll echo some of the things that I actually said at the committee meeting. I think it's clear that we are rushing into something here because we don't have a lot of answers. And I understand that the reason for the amendment to move it down just to pay for the design, just to try to get something done. But I'll be honest, when I hear the hesitation, I appreciate them not wanting to give an answer, and I understand why you wouldn't want to. But I think the reality is it's a very good chance this may not be done in time for what brought about this entire project. I think that's realistic, and I think anybody that's being honest would understand that. And more than that, what I have a problem with is we've spent the last year and a half since I've been on this board trying to do very deliberate actions, trying to set in place systems where we can do things in a methodical way, in a reasonable way, and a very thoughtful way. And at some point, I feel like we have to stop trying to create another fire or put out another fire. Because as Mr. Lassiter said, we could walk around every school in this system. And as a matter of fact, we have an assessment going on right now that is literally identifying fires at every facility we have. And I think it's irresponsible for us as a board to keep picking a favorite project or an immediate need or an emergency and trying to move that to the top of the list. At some point, we have to move ahead with a process, which we've already started. And we're in the middle of that process. And as a matter of fact, in a couple of months, I hope to actually be on track with that process of having a game plan for how we're going to address the many needs. And there are many needs, and I agree. I think this is a need we have. But I think it's irresponsible for us to push it to the top of the list in a hurry the way we're doing. And because of that, I will not support either the amended or the original motion. I think we need to stick with the plan we're doing. I think we've done an excellent job of getting to a plan. And again, at some point we have to stop pushing the next little project to the head of that list, and we have to let the list work itself out.
Ms. Powers.
I think this is a challenging topic, and I do agree. I really want to support deliberate actions. And I also don't want to see us building for every volleyball team, but volleyball is played in a gym, and most of our gyms do have bathrooms. So I do agree with deliberate actions completely. However, we have committed to a tournament. We just discussed numbers, which kind of impressed me that we have those kind of turnout for our baseball games and softball games. But you said with the tournament, those numbers double. So we're going to have double the number of people because we have committed to a tournament that are going to be walking on an unsafe surface using non-sanitary facilities, and we're going to be serving concessions. The facts are still the same. We're going to have a large number of people on a surface that I don't think is very safe. So I would just I think this is maybe, I'm glad we're having a facilities audit. I'm glad we support deliberate actions. We still have a situation that we need to address. So I think maybe to deviate from ideal to try to get this done if possible, I still am very much in favor.
Mr. Breed, let me ask, of course, there's always an ideal, but there's always a time to make exceptions to the rule whenever, something sudden happens and it's unanticipated, like what you were talking about, Ms. Powers, the tournament. Could you give us some insight, I guess, how long we've known that this particular tournament was going to come up?
Mr. White and Coach Pickle here, and they may be able to speak to this better than me. It's my understanding that this is not the first time the school's hosted this tournament. This is a regular rotation of the school hosts the tournament every so many years based on where we are in the rotation. And we would have known since the rotation was scheduled, which would have been several years. I mean, this is not a new thing. But if I could, I'd like Mr. White just to answer it because he could probably deal with that better than me.
Thank you, Mr. Breed. Mr. White?
So it's rotated every 7 years. So I know if you stop and think about it, why didn't we do this 3 or 4 years ago? Well, that's pretty simple. We never knew where Central High School was going to go. And if we decided to build it on Tom Hitch or wherever it may be, and boosters and supporters have built a nice restroom, concessions, we wouldn't have been able to use it. I mean, it would have been destroyed. So, that's why it's coming up now. And we always thought it was part of the building plan to begin with.
The environment is certainly changed out there.
Correct.
And it's undergoing changes.
Correct.
But this is not where, we just found out,
No, sir.
2 or 3 days ago.
No, sir.
Guess what? Here's a
No,
tournament you're about to host. So this has been like a 7-year
We know right now,
cycle.
7 years from now, we'll host it again.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to amend? Okay, we're now ready procedurally to vote on the motion to amend. This is just to amend the motion that's on the floor. We're ready to proceed to vote. Well, let me just pause real quick. Mr. Lindsay, you made the motion to amend, and we see that on the board. What we're seeing on the board, does that correctly state your motion to amend? Thank you. All right, we're ready to vote. All right, that motion to amend passes 8-3. So now we're back on the main main motion as amended. So now we're ready to have discussion. It's been amended by Mr. Lindsay by his motion. So now we're ready to discuss whether we move forward on that motion as amended. Is there any discussion on that motion? Mr. Lassiter.
In a way, I'll have to say I am disappointed that it wasn't done before. And I understand that we can say, well, we didn't know whether or not the school was there, but you had this really nice baseball field there. So if the school hadn't gone there, what were we going to do with the baseball field? And I'm not trying to pick, but I mean, we would have had a field there, so I'm going to assume if we would have moved Central out on Tom Hitch, we would have kept the field and maybe the park would have absorbed it but the field would have, I don't think they would have gone in and bulldozed the field. And like I say, I appreciate the want to do this. I really do. But then I hear, there's issues with ADA and this and that, and I understand that too. And we've got other facilities that run into the same problem. And one of them happens to be if you go to Spring Hill High School and you go in the evening, and unless there's a few parking spaces that are out in front, if those happen to be full, you park over towards the fire station side and you go through an unlit, you don't go in the side doors, you go through an unlit area out in front of the school and weave your way around the road and get in because there's no sidewalks there. Big ADA problem. And, we have, like I said, we have these all over the system. And, I mean, I'm sorry. I'll be happy if somebody comes up with the funding besides the school system I'll be happy to say, if it's approved and it's code and whatnot, man, build it, have a nice time. But, you know, I agree that I cannot support this knowing the other things that we have.
Mr. Breeden, Mr. Moore had mentioned earlier, I guess, one of his points, I guess, is about an upcoming assessment. And maybe for the benefit of all members of the audience, it may be good to give us a little bit of a history. Currently, right now, your office has been preparing what's called, I guess, a prioritized list of items. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. At your direction, you know, we implemented this facilities assessment that's taking place by EMG. They're
Yeah.
about
And before we get to that, I want to, I guess, start from the beginning. We right now, we currently have a prioritized list of facility needs. Is that correct?
Actually, we developed a list several years ago. I'm not sure because it precedes my time.
Okay.
When I came, that list had been prioritized. At this point, there are a few items left from the prioritized list that were recommended to you or actually you recommended to the county commission for capital funds for this year. They didn't fund any of that. So what you have done is taken $800,000 from our fund balance to address part of those things on that list. It's not entirely been addressed, but but we have a remaining list of needs, but they have not been prioritized.
Okay.
So there's a large list of needs, but they have not been prioritized.
And I guess the prioritized list, that's something that your office has gone through, because we've got a long to-do list of things.
Yes, sir. We
And
do
your
have that.
office has
We
gone
developed the
through
priority.
and developed based upon safety, things like safety.
Yes.
And so we have that current list, and have we funded all the items that your office says is a priority? Have we
No,
funded
sir,
that
we
yet?
have not.
And we asked the county commission to fund so that we could tackle just that list, correct?
Yes, sir. That was about $2.6 million that was left on that
So
list.
just for the benefit of the audience, so that, again, some history, tell us, just give us some examples of some of the things that this board currently has on a prioritized list that it has not funded yet.
Well, the biggest issue, if you'll remember, is a new HVAC system for Hampshire Unit School. That was one of the most highest priorities. We've got, and you're testing my knowledge here
That's
right now,
okay.
going back to it. I know there is some, we've got some canopy repair work at some of our schools that is on there as far as leaking I'm not talking about new canopies, I'm talking about leaking canopies. I remember we've got some needs for additional we're upgrading our security cameras at our schools, and so we've got more, we don't have those all completed.
So
there's various repairs right now.
But, I mean,
I don't have that list with me, so I'm sorry.
But I mean, your office is saying these are not just run-of-the-mill things. These are urgent things that we need to be taking a look at as a board. I mean,
Yes,
your
sir,
office is
they are needed
represented as a
repairs.
priority.
Yes, sir.
And aside from that, you know, we've paid a company to go in to actually, let's do a top-down review of everything to see what is really our to-do list, correct? And they're
Yes,
in the
sir.
process of doing that right now.
And they will provide us a prioritized list. That is correct.
And we're about to get that report in about what?
I actually am scheduled for a conference call with them in the morning. I've asked them to give us a date. Originally, they were scheduled for the middle of February. I'm asking for a date when they think
Okay.
they'll be ready to make the presentation.
Okay, so sometime next month, we're going to get another list. We already have the one list that we have not fully funded, that your office has set as priorities. We've had an independent company that's looked at all of our facilities across the district. And just give the board members and the audience, and I'm not going to hold you to any number. I want you to be extremely conservative about how big is that list going to be in terms of dollars.
Based on the ones we've seen already, they've given us almost half of the schools a preliminary report, not a final report, but
Sure,
preliminary
and I
report.
understand that.
And it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $12 to $15 million.
All right, so that's 12 to 15 that they've just found so far.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're about to get a final report. This board is about to get a final report that we're going to have to, there's going to be some big bills that we're going to have to be looking at with our checkbook. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If we correct those things, those deficiencies they have identified.
Okay. And that's throughout the school system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Breeden. I guess my thing is, for me personally, this is a need. I mean, I've heard from everybody, and I think there's not a board member here that's not in 100% in agreement that the ball fields need bathroom facilities. I mean, this is a shame that this is what we're, the type of facilities that we have. Porta Johns is not acceptable, and I don't think it's acceptable to this board. What my predicament is, I see it as a need, but I just want everybody to understand what my predicament is personally is I've got a lot of people that are in line throughout the entire school system. This board has put together a prioritized list that actually were not us as school board members, not what we're trying to supplant our opinion based upon what are the needs of the schools. We've had our professionals that has given us that list. And we're about to have a professional company that's about to give us a prioritized list based upon safety factors and things like that. And academics is a very important need in the county. And I think everybody recognizes how academics can actually improve, athletics can improve academics. I think nobody's debating that. Really, the question before this board right now is, this is a question of fairness. And this is a question of how are we going to, as a board, to address the needs of this county? Are we going to do this on a piecemeal basis? When we get a request, we're going to look at that with blinders on? Are we going to look at the entire picture of all the needs of the county, and are we going to try to do that on a methodical basis? And so for me, this is a question of fairness. And I haven't heard any discussion here tonight where somebody has persuaded me that this particular need should jump to the front of the line. I don't know how we can, as a board, look at all the other members and all the other needs in the school system, and how are we as a board going to explain that? How are we going to explain to schools like Hampshire that we haven't funded their HVAC and the air conditioner was out? Okay? And the air conditioner is about to get turned on again, and how are we going to explain that? And so I'm asking other board members to help me understand how it is that that's fair and how that is a good process. But again, I am not opposed to this need. I am 100% on board with this need. Okay, I want that to be very clear. I agree 100%. My thing is, as a board member, how can I justify not looking at everybody else's needs? Is that fair to everybody else in the county? And so with that, I will be abstaining from the vote. I'm not against this, but I will be abstaining from the vote. Thank you. Mr. Pennings, Ms. Parker, and Mr. Lassiter.
I agree with what everybody said. I really agree. I've been fighting these battles for 7.5 years, and I applaud the new school board members. I truly do. I spoke with a gentleman today. I mean, we're moving forward. We really are. But you have a tournament coming up. We're just asking to approve $7,850 to make a drawing or schematic and show us how we can fix this problem. I will guarantee you one thing with a tournament coming up. You have one person with a cane, one person with a wheelchair, one person on crutches, stumble and fall on the way to those porta potties, you can kiss that $7,850 goodbye. Now, I don't care if you pass doing a schematic or drawing for the concession stand or not, but at least pass something to fix the pathway to those porta potties. Because if you don't, somebody's going to get hurt. It's going to cost you more than $7,000.
I think in terms of fairness, I can certainly understand where you're struggling with that as well, because you're right, we do have a lot of needs in the system. I think the difference with this particular project that I'm hearing is we've got all the players aligned from the standpoint of Hewlett Spencer, SSOE being together to work through this project and help us at a time that if we wait 3 or 4 years, Steve Hewlett might still be here, Dwayne Nibden might still be here, but they might not be to help get us donated items and things like that. So I think that's something that we really need to capitalize on. And from a fairness standpoint, I'm really not understanding why this wasn't handled on the front end when when we were designing a state of the art facility for Central. I mean, Central deserves a state of the art facility, not just for academics, but for everything else, for athletics too. They play their football games at Murray County Park. They don't even have their own football field that we maintain, or that the school system maintain, the county does. But, you know, for them to have a baseball field there, they have that. Why did we not plan for this? And as I said at the last meeting, I think that we previously had some promises that were made. Just hold off and we'll get to that. And that's coming back to bite us in the butt, to be completely honest. And so we need to go ahead and address this while we have all the people here that can get this addressed. And that's not to put anybody further down on the list. It's just to take advantage of the resources that we have right now.
I have to respectfully disagree with the point about the $7,850. The reason that we would be spending that money would be to get a design to build a building. It wouldn't be to get a design and set it on the shelf. And so when we say, well, we're only going to spend a little under $8,000 so we can come up with some ink on a paper, that's not the intent. And I agree that Central, yes, needs a very beautiful facility, but so does all the rest of our schools as well. If one deserves to be state of the art, they all do. And for those that don't know it, we have a serious HVAC problem at Hampshire, serious problem. And we discussed that one night till we kind of got tired of discussing it, and we discussed it some more, and we chose to make a temporary fix to hold us over till, you know, we could do more, with the hopes that it would even make it through the wintertime. And if anybody thinks that most of us take this lightly, I mean, I can tell you there's been more than one night that we've had things come across this board in almost 10 years I've been on here, that there were one or two nights that I didn't sleep because things bothered me that much that we couldn't do things for the community. So again, like Mr. Bates said, I would love to be able to do something for all our schools. I'd love for all of our elementary schools to have beautiful ADA-equipped playgrounds so all children could use them. We don't do that either. And, you know, again, Mr. Bates, I agree with the fact that, yes, we have a plan going, and, you know, this is serious. How do we tell children, how do we tell parents? How do we tell parents a couple months from now when it's getting hot out, sorry, we don't have HVAC because it's not cool in your child's school because we can't chill the air. And it's happened. It's happened more than once. It's happened where we couldn't heat the air. And it's not a comfortable feeling. So again, you know, as far as my concerns on this, I mean, I would love to do this, but there's just no way that knowing what we have, and there's more issues than what Stan even mentioned that are on the burner that, you know, we start talking $100,000, there's a school bus. You know, you start talking this, here's that. And we've got a lot of things coming up that we're going to have to do. It's not optional. And, you know, so, again, that's where my basis from my vote comes from.
Mr. Dudley and Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the redesign of Central came about, as most of you can remember, the school board came up with a plan that was somewhere in the $55–60 million range. It would have probably had some improvements to athletic facilities, probably would have included restroom facilities and field house now. the county commission refused to fund that. They said, no, 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 you're just way too high. We're not gonna be serious about giving you any funding until you come back in the $45 million range. Well, so at that time, we waited a little while, but then finally we gave directive to Mr. Hibnam, the SSOE, to sharpen your pencil and go back and come back with some redesigns. He said, okay, we can do that. And they certainly did, but they said to stay in the $45 million range, guess what? There's not going to be any athletic improvements. There won't be any restrooms up on the hill to service the ball fields and all. And so that was an area that was cut because we could not receive funding from our funding body. And so I think the school board did what our only option was, we either accept the level of funding that the county commission was willing to give us, or continue sitting on it, waiting for a day that the county commission might change enough members and might have a change of heart and fund everything that we wanted out there. But we chose that it was in the best interest of the students to go ahead and accept the funding that the commission was willing to provide, knowing that there was a lot of things that we had left on the table that we were not going to have as part of that facility. And so we did look at the restroom facilities. It was just not neglected. We just didn't have the money to provide for it. And so I don't want anybody to think that we just had total disregard and did not know that restroom facilities and concessions were needed to be part of it. As I stated earlier, it was hoped that we would have sufficient savings to be able to go and towards the end of the project fund the restrooms and the concession stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it brief since I've pretty much made my opinion on this. I just want to be clear, and I think Mr. Lassiter brought this up. Even though the current motion is for $7,850, I think it's pretty clear that the intent is to move ahead with, if it were to pass, is move ahead with the entire building. So I would encourage my board members not to think that, well, it's just $7,000 or $8,000 and we'll see what we get. I think the reality is if it goes forward with that, then we're looking at building a facility. And if that's the case, we are looking at more than likely between $150,000 and $200,000, because I have yet to ever hear something come back under what we've talked about already. And again, I would encourage my other board members to consider what we're giving up when we spend the two things: what we are giving up, what we are not spending money on when we spend $150,000 to $200,000 on this, pushing it to the front of the line when there are so many other needs. And again, when you look at some talk has been brought up about the county commission. I think we also need to be very mindful about what we're about to move forward with this facility assessment, with the keys, and there may be some additional costs with that. With all the costs of this school system, we may find ourselves dipping into the well a little too often, and I think it's something we need to be mindful of. That asking for something like this to come out of fund balance may end up we have to give something else up. Maybe we need a lot more at a later date. So, thank you.
Mr. Lindsay.
Dr. Perkins, you can correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, but I think we spent $2.5 million last year out of fund balance, $2 million the year before that out of fund balance. Even after spending $2.5 million out of fund balance last year, we put $4 million back in it. We've already taken $800,000 out of fund balance so far this year. And if we just had to, we could probably spend somewhere around $4 million right now and get close to that 3% threshold, if I remember right, in the neighborhood. And when we look at our financial reports that we get every month, we're better off financially this year than we were last year. And we put $4 million in fund balance last year. And I went around the world to say that we we have a laundry list of things that need repairs, but unless something hits the tank, Murray County's in pretty good shape as far as money. We're probably in better shape fund balance wise than we've been in a long, long time. I think Mr. Breeden, the county commission asked you to bring them a synopsis of monies we'd spent on capital projects over the last 3 or 4 years, and $12 million, $14 million, somewhere in there. So we spent $12 or $14 million on improvements, and we spent an hour and a half talking about $7,850. The only point I want to make is I understand there's needs. This is a need just like any other need, but we're not. It's not gloom and doom in Murray County. We're better off financially than a lot of people make it sound like. And now we couldn't write a check for everything that we need tomorrow, but in 5 years we might be able to have that list completed.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Any other discussion? Mr. Breeden?
Mr. Chairman, I just need to ask one more point of clarification before this is voted on, not knowing if it will pass or not. But Mr. Hibden has expressed he has a professional obligation to provide for us what we ask for. So he needs clear direction on the number of occupants for a restroom if one's designed. So what I will put forth to the board that I will give him unless you all redirect me is we will, because the numbers we heard from Mr. Short tonight were even less than the numbers that we had planned for. So we will sit down immediately with Mr. White and Coach Pickle and get a firm number for what they expect, and then give that number to Mr. Hibden to design these restrooms for. And then unless you all tell us differently, that's how we're going to operate.
All right, is that acceptable to board members? All right, so we're back to the main motion as amended. Any other discussion on the main motion? Mr. Lindsay?
This is not discussion, but just a point of clarification. What we have on the board is not the motion that's how it was amended. Well, and I realize we're probably going to be voting. It's going to be redundant what we're about to do because it.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay, for catching that. Mr. Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to be very brief. Mr. Breeden, if I could call on you just for help for my memory, but back in September or October, you brought us a plan to continue working on your priority list that we've been working on for several years.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, I forget, but wasn't that number somewhere between $2.5 and $3 million for the projects?
Yes, sir, it was. As a matter of fact, I just pulled it up on my phone so I wouldn't be fumbling around the next time somebody asked me about that. So, yes, sir. The total amount of the prioritized request for this year was $2.6 million.
Okay. And just, you've worked with the company that's doing our assessment now, and I know that they've given you some items to be addressed. Have there been any redundancies of what we had on our list already and what they have told us about?
Yes, sir. One thing, when I went back and looked at the list, several things that we had identified were lock sets or door hardwares on classrooms and doors, and they've brought those to our attention. So that, and again, past that, there's as I mentioned before, a list of requested capital repairs. We just hadn't got around to doing another prioritizations. We were trying to work through the first priority list and then move on. There's another, and
Okay.
I'll tell you that,
Well, and that's fine. And,
several $1 million worth of additional
and that
requests.
total was 2.6 million, you said?
Of things that we had prioritized,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And my point, and thank you very much, my point in asking for that was, I'm hearing a lot of people very sincerely talking about needs of this county. Well, board members, you had a chance to fund $2.6 million of that, and you chose to do $800,000, and tonight you're talking about $100,000 like it's all the money we got. Golly, maybe that's just ironic to me. I don't know, but I just had to bring that up. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. That motion does pass 7-3. All right, so we've been here for a pretty good while tonight, so we're going to take a brief, excuse me, Ms. Powers, yes. What's that? Well, I was going to take a 5-minute break, or do you want to try to get through policy? All right, we'll try to get through policy real quick. But you can't leave after you get done with policy, though. All right, Ms. Parker, on the policy committee, it looks like you've made some recommendations. Your committee's made some recommendations for some changes. We see that in our written agenda. Is anybody want to pull any of those out for separate discussion? Mr. Laster.
I'd like to have a short discussion on item C, please.
All right, why don't we go ahead and proceed on that discussion, and we'll come back and see if we can take a vote on everything, or we need to pull it out. So let's have a discussion on policy 6.310, the dress code.
All right, I apologize. When I read through this the other day, I'm not sure it's going to make an effect, but when we talked about this, my intent was if you were here Monday, I think Mr. Breeden came in, had a nice sweater on, pullover sweater, nice, appropriate collar. When we talked about wearing sweaters, and I said I would like the students to have an option to wear that without an undershirt. That was my intent. However, I also realize that we're going to have students that are going to push that, and that's not always a bad thing, but they're going to end up coming in with loose weave sweaters, with zippered sweaters and button sweaters and things that I may not even consider a sweater. So if need be, then maybe we could reword that, and I don't know how you'd like to do it, but again, my intent was to come in with a nice pullover with the non-exposing neck there, but I'm afraid that may not happen.
All right, so Mr. Laster, are you making a motion to amend the committee's recommendation?
I'll make a motion. If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, if I could address that, I think I understand what he's wanting to say. And if it sounds correct, I would think that under item D, sweaters and sweatshirts to be allowed in any pattern or color worn over an approved shirt, which would include spirit wear or a collared shirt. Is that along the lines of what you're thinking? Principals?
So you want an undershirt?
Yes. And it would need to be, and it could be any kind of approved shirt.
No, that's really not what I want,
Oh.
but it's what we're going to have to do. So.
And I think what you're talking about is page 2 of 4 under line 49. It says a single blazer, suit, jacket, vest, sweater, crew neck, sweatshirt are crossed out.
Actually, no.
You want to not cross that out?
Page 1, item D. We moved it to the sweaters and sweatshirts.
Okay.
And to address the elementary school, I think, if I'm not mistaken, under elementary school, for example, spirit wear, a Marvin Wright T-shirt would be approved spirit wear. What I'm thinking would be you could wear a sweater over just a spirit wear T-shirt, or a collared shirt that's otherwise approved.
In other words, have a shirt underneath the sweater.
That
Standard.
which again, yes. Is that? Yes.
Okay, for elementary, are you saying a collared shirt and then like the sweatshirt on top of it?
No. Because spirit wear would be approved any day of the week. So any approved shirt, which we do have include non-collared shirts, which would be a spirit wear T-shirt, would be approved. So, for example, a student, even elementary school, could come together with a sweater on, with a school T-shirt underneath it, or a collared shirt. I don't want to muddy the water. That's where I'm saying an approved, otherwise approved shirt, whatever that happens to be for elementary or high school. I think that still keeps us where we need to be.
All right, Mr. Moore, is that a motion to amend?
Yes.
All right, so motion to amend the recommended changes to policy 6.310 under item on page 1, item D. After that sentence, it's going to say
Over and approve, otherwise approved
worn
shirt.
over an otherwise approved shirt, period.
Does anyone have a problem, principals have a problem with that?
I'll second that motion so we can get it on the floor.
All right, let's procedurally, let's get a second. We got a second on the motion. So now I can open the floor for discussion and input.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lindsay.
Everybody panicked. We didn't change anything. Still don't have to have collars in elementary school. But all we're saying is you got to have an approved shirt under it. So the elementary can wear any shirt under it. My suggestion would be don't be looking under that top shirt anyways.
The only person I have is a sweatshirt. Like now they wear them on Fridays, but they don't wear a shirt up underneath the sweatshirt.
Well, I think Mr. Lassiter and Mr. Moore's point is trying to get rid of solve an issue before it starts. If you don't say that, what if I'm trying to say this in a nice way, but what if they have an approved? What if they have a sweater on and nothing under it, and you can see through it? So, I just asked. I agree with what they're trying to get at. Just don't make any more out of it than what it is.
I am trying to keep it as simple. We could definitely get more wordy. I think it's going to cause more problems.
All right, Mr. Lassiter.
And I agree. I was not thinking sweatshirt. I was thinking sweater, because if they have a sweatshirt, unless they've altered, even if it's a V-neck, unless they have altered it, which they're not supposed to do, you're not, and that's what I was worried about, was basically being able to see through it or have one that, that opens across the front. Well, if they have a sweatshirt on that opens across the front, we typically don't use the same standard for sweatshirts as we do sweaters. So my intention was sweatshirts only, or sweaters only.
All right, so we got a motion to amend. It's been seconded. Mr. Lassiter, if you're wanting to change that, you're going to have to, let's see.
Is that
I don't
more?
think we can make a motion. We can't amend a motion to amend, can we? Mr. Waller? Oh, no, it's Mr. Moore's motion.
You have a problem
Help me out,
getting rid
Mr.
of the
Waller. Can you
sweatshirts and just have
amend
one shirt under
a
the
motion to
sweater?
amend? We got to vote on the motion to amend, then we come back to the, yeah.
What do you think?
I'm okay with it being amended.
Two.
All right, gentlemen, what are we going to do?
Okay, I think. Can I amend my motion?
If Mr. Lindsay consents.
Okay. I'm trying to do this on the fly, so please bear with me. Item D will read, sweaters will be allowed in any pattern or color, comma, worn over an approved shirt. The new item E will read, sweatshirts will be allowed in any pattern or color, period. And then the current item E will be moved to DEF. Is that okay? Thank you.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Does everybody understand the motion? Do we need to repeat it? All right, that doesn't exactly say what the motion is, but does everybody understand it sufficiently that we can put it in the minutes, exactly what it's supposed to be? All right, we're ready. Any more discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All right, that motion to amend passes. Now we're back to the committee's recommendation as amended. Now, the committee's recommendations have been amended, and I think I can go back and take all the committee's recommendations up in one motion. Is everybody okay with that, or do you want to vote on anything separate? Anybody?
I'm going to have another amendment.
All right, are you serious?
I'm serious.
It's getting late. All right. I understand. All right, Mr. Lindsay.
I brought this up last time, and the more I thought about it, the part on page 404, number 13, where we added the words "and nose" when we're talking about piercings. I know when we talked about it, y'all are giggling, but when we talked about it, everybody was thinking about these little diamond piercings in the side of their nose. But what we didn't think about was the safety aspect of, if we open up nose piercings, where does that end? Now, are we going to allow these big hoops in the nose? And I'm going to be really crude when I say this, but if I was in school and me and David Moore were going to fight, and he had one of those in his nose, the first thing I'm going to do is try to rip it out. So I think we have a safety issue there. And my point being, I'm being funny. It's late.
Well, we know it's getting late when we got board members talking about fighting.
Right.
So.
But if we haven't had problems with nose piercings in the past, if that's not a big issue that we're fighting on a day-to-day basis, I say let's just leave it the way it was and leave nose piercings out. So I'll make that amendment that we strike out the words "and nose" under item 13 on page 404.
All right, so let me procedurally, we've got a motion on the floor. Motion to amend to strike the words "and nose." All right, is there a second to the motion to amend? Second by Mr. Beaver. All right, now we're ready to discuss the motion to amend of Mr. Lindsay. Mr. Moore.
And this is for the principals. Is there sufficient, and I'm again, some of this is on the fly, to cover this under just general safety guidelines, be it clothing, be it anything else? So do you guys already have the latitude to, if anything, be it a piercing or any other object they bring, can you cover that under safety? Would Mr. Lindsay, would that address your safety concerns? That they could, as a school, handle this as a safety issue if they see something that is unsafe?
I'm going to vote for my amendment, but I'm not going to hold this up over this, as I said last time. So.
All right, Ms. Martin.
This is just a question of mine. Are we taking any consideration into cultural issues with piercings? Only because, and I don't know, Mr. Wright, you can answer this. It's our first year with Tennessee Promise, so I have more high schoolers, straight out of high schoolers, and I have several dual enrollment in class right now. Most of my Middle Eastern students all have their nose piercings. So do you have any issues with taking into consideration any cultural? Okay, thanks.
All right, we're back on the motion to amend. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on Mr. Lindsay's motion to amend. Yeah, I think that accurately reflects the motion. Mr. Lindsay's motion to amend passes 7-4. All right, now we're back on the main motion, which is really the committee's recommendation. Is there any other motions to amend the policy? All right, so I think we're now ready to vote on the committee's bulk recommendation, one of which has been amended 2 times. Okay? Everybody understand what we're voting on? Now, is there any other discussion on the committee's recommendation? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All right, committee's recommendation is approved and adopted by the board by a vote of 10-1. All right, so now we're on community
Excuse me,
relations.
Chairman Bates.
Yes.
Before we leave that topic, was that vote to post these for 30 days now?
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Morrison. That is just to post it. Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, Ms. Parker, you didn't have anything else to discuss at your committee, did you?
The only other thing was, I think the committee had also recommended the approval of the TSBA custom manual, but members wanted to hear from Mr. Torres tonight, which was the purpose of that.
All right, so, well, that didn't end up on the, I guess, the report from the committee. But I think you're right. I think your committee did approve the TSBA service.
Yes.
And we discussed that we were going to get some more discussion tonight, so I think you are correct. So we have another recommendation to vote on. And Ms. Parker, if you want to restate that real quick.
I believe the recommendation from the committee was to approve having TSBA retained to provide the customization service. And I think the amount was about $12,000. Amanda's shaking her head yes, so that was
All right,
for the 1 year.
And we'll go, Miss Amanda, let's go back and get the minutes and figure out exactly what the committee did recommend, so we know that exactly. Where would this be coming out of funding-wise, Mr. Director? Where would the funding come from for this SBA? Do we have existing funds and existing budgets?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Any discussion on the committee's recommendation, Mr. Dudley?
Well, I had the question about the funding, but I think going back to the committee, it was decided that personnel savings would certainly be where we accounted for a majority of it, or at least a large part of it. And so I think we'd answered funding sources during the committee.
Any other discussion on this recommendation of the policy committee? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. That motion passes 11-0. All right, community relations, Chair Powers, do you have any reports?
I just want to let everyone know the good news that we have chosen a logo and it will be unveiled soon. So we are all excited.
Thank you, Ms. Powers. All right, so let's go ahead and take now about a 5-minute break or so. We'll come back at reconvene at 15 till 10. All right, we're going to get back to order. It's a late night, so we're going to try to get through some of these other items in the budget, in the agenda, excuse me. One thing I do want to do, if it's okay with everybody that's present, may take one thing out of order. So we do have some gentlemen here from Discovery Education, and I do want to maybe skip through, just in case we get bogged down on some other things. Let's see, that would be item C. Okay, so under other business, item C. Does anybody have an objection to taking that out of order? Okay, if there are no objections, then we will proceed to other business under Discovery Education, and I'll turn this over to the director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if you guys go back to our budget workshop or not budget workshop, but school board retreat that we had back in October, this was one of the things that I was bringing to the table to start to begin the process of us moving towards being a problem-based learning district, and how do we integrate technology into instruction so that it's not seen as the million-dollar pencil, that desks are not in rows and kids are doing PDFs on a computer. So the gentlemen that we have today, we've got Mr. Rob Warren, we've got Mr. Andy Schaefer, and we've got Mr. Justin Karkow. They're going to come today and they're going to talk about the proposal to partner with Murray County Schools on behalf of Discovery Education. They're going to do a little quick presentation. I understand Mr. Schaefer is going to do some soft shoe, and Justin's going to wake you guys up with a little song and dance. And they're here to answer your questions. They flew in today from North Carolina to be with us this evening, and so they're here to answer any question you may have about our partnership moving forward and what it entails. Gentlemen?
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. Thank the entire board and of course all the entire community that is still here tonight. And we thank you on behalf of all of Discovery Education. We thank you. My name is Andy Schaefer. I'm Vice President of Education Partnerships for Discovery Education. I've had the great privilege of working for Discovery for the last 17 years now. And while I've been to Murray County before, this is the first time that I've had the opportunity to address the board, and I know that I speak for my colleagues when I say that for Justin and for Rob and myself that it is an honor. So really, really thank you. And also thank you again for moving your agenda slightly. And in the brief time, and I promise to be brief, what we're going to share tonight, just a little bit of background about Discovery Education. We're also going to share some of the details about the plan that we've worked on with the leadership team, how we're going to support it, and probably the most important part is just to make sure that all of your questions are answered tonight. Just for starters, just to give you a little bit more background about us, Discovery Education, we are a part of Discovery Communications, and the same company that brings you Discovery Channel, Animal Planet, Science, and many others. And one of the things that we like to share, and whether we're producing content for Shark Week, or for producing content, or for one of our digital textbooks, that as an organization, we invest about $1 billion in new nonfiction media every year, making us the #1 nonfiction media company in the world. A couple other things that we like to share. We operate in more than 200 different countries and territories. We have more than 3 billion cumulative subscribers, and we also produce content in more than 40 languages. And while we're a large organization, we're also known for innovation. And if you look on the television side, we were first in digital, first in 3D, first with an HD network. And that same spirit of innovation can be found at Discovery Education as well, where Fast Company recently named us one of the 10 most innovative education companies in the world. So we got our start, to give you a little bit of background, back in the late 90s, helping school districts convert to a more digital learning environment, with the idea that to change the way that people used video in the classroom, and the idea that short bursts of media, curriculum clips, could be used to enhance instruction, to improve student engagement, and ultimately improve student achievement. And with those goals in mind, we launched what was called United Streaming, a real favorite teacher tool back in 2001. And at the time, the first year, we delivered about 60,000 different digital learning objects to schools across North America. And fast forward to today, and much has changed. The same 60,000 digital learning objects that we delivered in our first year, we now deliver every hour, every day to schools across the world. As a matter of fact, talk about our global footprint, we operate in more than 50% of the schools in North America, 40% in the UK. We impact with our services more than 3 million teachers, over 38 million different students, delivering to the tune of 4.5 million different digital learning objects every single week, While video is still important, we started with, it's now about interactive media, different types of media to impact different types of learners. And that speaks to our global footprint in education as well, but what really passionate about is building educational partnerships with districts like yourself. That's what's really important to us. And to talk a little bit more about that, it's really for our evolution as an organization. And while United Streaming is now Discovery Education Streaming, and that's part of our proposal for the school district is to provide digital content, standards aligned, K through 12 for every single teacher. And that's Discovery Education Streaming. To give you a little bit more about just information about our evolution, we also set out in 2009 to change what folks thought of what they should be getting from a textbook. And we became the first company to turn an all-digital solution into a traditional textbook adoption process. And we were successful there, and that was what became the science tech book. It really charted our course for the coming years. And we subsequently launched social studies, as well as math. And while those aren't part of our proposal right now, I wanted to share that with you because our work with teachers, our work with schools, the professional development that we worked on and partnered with school districts to provide in creating those engaging digital learning environments really influenced us to develop some of these programs for long-term systemic change in schools. And these PD programs that are designed to change a culture over a course of several years. And one of the ones that we're going to detail tonight called our Leader Corps program. And so we believe firmly is that it's a unique combination of great educational content, great pedagogy brought through professional development, as well as great communications and community at all levels, really are all required to accelerate transformation. And to talk about transformation, for us, it's never been about taking something that was print in nature, like Dr. Marzak indicated, and putting it on a device and calling that transformation. It's really about what's happening in the classroom, where we get excited about critical thinking taking place, collaboration taking place, communication taking place, and ultimately, students becoming the creators of content, not just passive consumers. So we're really passionate about that. We're really passionate about partnerships. But I'm not going to tell you any more about that. Instead, I'm going to stop and play a short video, just about a minute, from a couple of our partners. And hopefully we have audio set up, Rob? Yep.
Discovery education is very, very relevant to today's students.
When you see it school by school by school, that tells me that the effectiveness of Discovery education is 100% there.
So good evening. My name is Rob Warren. I'm the Director of Partnerships with Discovery Education. Dr. Marzak, thank you very much, and Board Chairman Bates, fellow board members, thank you all for allowing us to be here tonight. As you could clearly hear from our partners, we apologize for the audio there. What we really wanted to share with you is really the power of the partnerships that we have from their words. And what you didn't hear, and we will share the exact audio there, is really the power, as Annie mentioned, of the collaborative partnerships that we have with systems all across the nation. I have the incredible good fortune of working with a lot of our district partners, really in the Southeast region, a few that we wanted to share here, but really that have been leading the way in digital innovation. And a few in particular that you'll note, Mooresville is on an international level of district transformation, and we've invited members of your community to go and visit them and see them and meet them firsthand. We also are incredibly fortunate to work with a number of systems that are stepping up and leading the way in problem-based learning and transdisciplinary approach to instruction that we're going to talk about, really the partnership that we have here with you. And we're also incredibly fortunate to work very closely with over 75% of the districts here in the state of Tennessee, and a few that we wanted to share here this evening. So again, in the essence of time this evening, we're most excited really about the possibilities to accelerate transformation here in Maury County Schools. And a lot of that that we have proposed for you is to embed a lot of the rich, relevant digital content that we have from the wealth of Discovery Education streaming services. But also what we're really going to talk about a little bit further is the professional development, the problem-based learning, champion leader core, professional development plan that we're going to take a little bit more of a deeper dive into. And the other that we wholeheartedly believe in is connecting passionate educators with others across the world, across the region, across the state, and really across the hall and building from one another. And that's the Discovery Educator Network, the DEN community. We're going to go into that in just a little bit. I did want to share what our partnership goals really entail. And quickly, it's really all about accelerating student engagement and facilitating that student-centered classroom environment. How we're really going to get there is to really fuel and ignite and transform a system of teaching and learning, and really continue to ignite in that inquiry-based and transdisciplinary approach to instruction, and that's really detailed in the plan that we're going to go here in just a moment. In a nutshell, we wanted to share what the partnership, and as a result of this four-year partnership that we want to embark upon, what we're really looking at is all schools having access to our digital content. So equity to that digital content that we've mentioned across all subject areas, all grade levels. We're also looking at elevating PBL champions and providing intentional professional development, over 160 hours of professional development to really scale and build the capacity of your educators across the district, and really create those student-centered learning lab classroom environments. And we're going to share a little bit more of what that entails. But it's also about providing building-level administrative leadership and support. So we're also going to be providing professional development for your building-level administrators to help support this transformation as well. So as Andy mentioned, really we wholeheartedly believe in the power of digital, from the infusion of these resources, from the wealth of digital content that we have, but to really bring these resources to life for all students and for all of your learners. So to really bring these resources to life. But for us, it's really about what does that look like in the classroom. So if this does move. So as we're looking at infusing this, here's a quick snapshot of what this may look like in the classroom environment. This place right here. So as we look to a stations-based approach, a collaborative environment, how are we able to provide a universal design for learning for all students? And a lot of that does come in to having a stations-based approach, providing differentiation where you have students using different modes of instruction, you have different learners, and different modes of learning, different ways of engaging, utilizing the technology that you currently have in your classrooms, but also from a problem-based learning environment to have that hands-on approach to learning. Now that's not something that happens overnight. This is really something that wholeheartedly takes an intentional professional development plan to facilitate that type of classroom environment. So I'm going to turn things over to my colleague, Justin Carco, Senior Director of Professional Development, to go into a little bit more of what a learning lab environment is and what this intentional plan truly looks like. So again, thank you for everything that you do.
Sure. Yep. Good evening, everybody. It's an honor to be here with you. And it's been an honor to work with your leadership team to really develop a plan that is specific for you and that really can help transition your classrooms and really enhance great instruction that's currently happening into something even more wonderful and more engaging. So at a very high level, I want to take you through the plan, but before I begin, this is a plan based on research, built with partners around the country who've really helped us embrace this reality that if we're going to change practice in a classroom, and this is based on Supovitz and Turner's research from the Horizon Research Study, that it takes about 80 hours over the course of 2 years in order to achieve that change in practice. But over the course of 3 years, it takes about 160 hours to change a culture. So what we've designed here is a plan of support that spans multiple years, but ultimately helps us achieve this cultural change that we're looking for and trying to build. So the name of the support is the PBL Champion Leader Corps, and as it suggests, that we're working with teachers. It's a shared leadership model that empowers the teachers to ultimately be the focus and the catalyst to the change that's happening within your classrooms. We're working with the entire school community, but the teachers are really the drivers. It is robust, it's ongoing, it's job embedded, which means that not only are we going to be sharing concepts with your teachers, but we're going to be going into their classrooms and helping them take all their realities and put them into practice and make those modifications there as well. This is an exclusive progression, once again, that we built with our partners, and we refine it each time we work with somebody. We learned a lot, and you benefit from that at this point. So, 17 partners in, you're going to benefit from all their best practices they've shared with us, and that will be your reality in your classroom. But it's also high quality, and it's definitely standards-based. We cannot deviate from what is the most important thing, which is good instruction. So, at a very high level, the program consists of a cohort, which is between 5 and 6 schools working together. At each of these schools, you have 4 leaders, right? In this case, PBL champions, who are coming together, and what they're doing is they're innovating together in the spirit of fearless innovation. What they're doing is they're taking chances, they're building together, they're communicating, and they're ultimately changing their culture, and then they're sharing that out with other teachers at their school. We're also enrolling the building administrator, 1 or 2 building administrators who also have a professional learning pathway. The result is a learning lab classroom. And in this classroom, there's sharing, there's collaboration, they're practicing, they're experimenting, and they're transferring the skills. Just going down the hallway, you're seeing things like we're not afraid to take chances, and that's the spirit that we're trying to cultivate. I'm trying something that will engage my students and yield a better result, and if it doesn't work, we're going to learn from it, we're going to innovate, and we're going to continue to make it better. And that teacher in that learning lab classroom then works with the other learning lab classrooms in this school, making a whole school learning lab. So there's a collaboration within the school, with the school administrator, and you're seeing that come to light. Which is even more impressive is that this school then team up with the other 5 or 6 schools, and you're seeing a system of innovation. You're seeing a system of engagement. So, and it's all happening over the course of a 4-year span. In addition to the teachers and the administrators working together, I love this quote, it's not about the pieces, it's about how they work together. All the aspects of the community are engaged throughout the program. So we have very specific mechanisms that engage the students, the administrators, the learners, all the way around, including yourselves. Everybody will be a part of the learning process, the innovation process, so that everybody can speak to that one shared vision and support it in the classroom. Things will look different. They will sound different. You're going to be able to recognize that, expect it. But the other really wonderful thing about this program, and the reason why it's working, is that it follows a very specific instructional progression. Now, we talked about the 5 C's earlier. This is based on the 4 C's from the P21 initiative, specifically critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration. These are the skills that have been identified to be, that we need to be focusing in on to make our students career ready, right? This is what the industry is telling us. We need you to have the students prepare with these skills before they come out. So what we've done is we've infused all of these 4 C's into a specific progression that also takes your standards and the ISTE standards for the effective use of technology. And teachers can self-identify where they are for each of the stages along the way. And they could say, the next step I want to take is this one. And that's how we specifically move them forward on a progression. So every teacher will know exactly where they are, and they have very specific steps in terms of how they can take the next step forward. So it's very intentional. And along the way, we celebrate and we communicate that good work. And I'm going to turn it back over to Rob for this part.
Thank you, Justin. In closing, as a partnership with Discovery Education, we wholeheartedly look to having a partner as a digital content partner, as a professional development partner, but as part of Discovery Communications, we can help as a communications partner. And so we can help share and support Dr. Marzak's vision, your vision, internally, within your systems, within the state, and within the region. And that's exactly what we want to do, is put a great, good, shining light on all the great things that are happening here in Maury County Schools. So we look forward to our partnership. And in closing, we do want to thank you for your hospitality this evening. And we want to thank you for everything that you do day in and day out to support your teachers and your students and your community. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank you, gentlemen, for coming in and spending these these long hours with us. And of course, this is a pretty large contract. Looks like the total amount of this contract is going to be close to $3 million, about $2.8 million. So it's a large contract, and I guess this breaks down over a 4-year period. So we're looking at about over $700,000 each year. And of course, our board, we always want to do our due diligence. And I guess you saw an example tonight of what a good job. We'll do our due diligence of asking questions. So we may not always agree, but we try to vet things pretty well. I guess what I want to start out is just to get maybe a little bit better idea of the big picture of what we're talking about. And I've looked at the contract, and it looks like primarily most of the funding is dealing with training. And I guess consultation type services. And then we're also paying to have this additional content that we have access to. But it looks like the bulk of it is a lot of training. And so it sounds like, if I heard you all gentlemen correct, I guess what your company tries to do is come in and almost revolutionize things. So, I mean, it's almost like a paradigm shift as far as how we teach and how things are approached in the future. And so it's a pretty a transformative type program that you all, that's what you all do. Am I guess, understand that correctly so far, I guess?
Yeah, that is correct. I'll just add to that. It's not necessarily our vision. We have a number of different models.
Mm-hmm.
So what we really do is in that partnership process is determine what's most important. What do you want those classrooms to look like? What is your end goal? And then craft something that does help you transform your learning environment. Yes.
And so let me ask, I guess your company has been doing this in several districts. What has been the track record? Do you all have some statistics or data where we can actually look, okay, this school was here, sure, and they came in with maybe a paradigm shift, and we kind of changed things, and we can actually see where our students are benefiting from that?
Yeah, there's a variety of different ways, Chairman Bates, that we do that. For one, as I mentioned before, we have a variety of different programs depending on what you're measuring, what the outcomes are. The intent of this particular program is to increase teacher effectiveness, create more dynamic, engaging learning environments. So the goal in this particular example is just that, and we have a number of partners that have begun this Leader Core program for as long as 3 years now, Justin. So we would invite you to talk to all of our partners, to visit their classrooms, because a lot of it is a cultural shift that is hard to measure with numbers. I'll just give you like a short story though, and it was just last week, one of our partners that is going through this program is Santa Rosa, Florida, and one of the community members commented, and they looked at just how different the classroom looked and what the students were doing, and they made the comment that I can actually see our graduation rates rising in the second grade classroom by seeing what these students are doing and the level of engagement. So in that respect, some of it you have to, there are cultural changes. In other respects, we have a number of studies in a variety of different districts where we actually have measured student achievement gains on some of our services, such as our digital content, our tech books. So we can provide you with a lot of information, but we'd also strongly encourage you to talk to the partners that are going through Leader Core models.
Yeah, and let me get the director in on this. Mr. Director, we've been looking at some keys that you're wanting to focus on for the county. Have you looked into this particular company and maybe visited some of the schools to see how this maybe a different approach, has it been having an effect in other school systems as far as some of the keys that you're wanting us to start focusing on?
Yes, and on my official or my inaugural 22 and 22 tour, this is one of the things that I identified after walking into multiple classrooms in every single school and talking to teachers and seeing engagement of students. This was one of the things that I identified as a high yield strategy that we would need to employ. I've been to Mooresville Graded School District myself. You did notice Oak Ridge was on the list. We decided to engage with Discovery Ed about a year and a half ago. About 6 months into my tenure as assistant superintendent. There was some trepidation at first, but right before I left, the level of engagement in students and the number of teachers that were starting to engage with Discovery Education was just off the charts. We were starting to see growth with relation to our quantitative measures. What we see at Mooresville, North Carolina, who they've been working with Discovery Education for a long time, is we see students taking ownership of their own learning. We also know by looking at state test measures, Mooresville, from the time they started until time most recently, rose to one of the top counties in the state of North Carolina. And one of the things that a lot of people don't know about North Carolina, in the state of Tennessee, we know what our kids are going to be assessed on. We receive a list of those standards. We know a percentage of how many times they're going to be asked. In North Carolina, they know nothing. They don't know anything about the state test. They don't know if they're going to be running a marathon or a sprint. They have no idea. And yet Mooresville consistently rates as one of the top counties in North Carolina. And they weren't always that way before engaging with Discovery Education. So having seen it firsthand in 2 different districts, I know what Discovery Education can do. I know the people that they bring in to train our teachers, and I know the partnership that they create, and then the way we work together to really create great learning opportunities for kids.
So, Mr. Director, I guess you've actually seen this on the ground level in some of the schools or I guess Oak Ridge that you worked at. And
Yes,
so
sir.
based upon your own knowledge and what you've seen, what is your recommendation to the board?
My recommendation to the board is that you allow us to enter into a partnership with Discovery Education so that we can begin changing classrooms tomorrow.
All right, well, let me open the floor to any questions that board members may have of our representatives. Mr. Lindsay.
And this, I don't know if this question is for Dr. Marzak or for one of you guys, so just whomever can jump in. But anytime that you introduce something new, there are going to be those that have been doing things the way they've been doing them for 20 years. How do you make sure that those people take advantage of this?
I'll take that one. What this Discovery Ed is going to begin working first off with 2 sections of our population. One with our principals and 2 with our PBL coaches that are about to be hired. You know through the differentiated pay plan that we're implementing 3 job-embedded coaches next year, PBL, professional learning communities, and then also data informatics. Those PBL coaches who principals have already told me they're going to have a hard time selecting at their individual schools are going to be the ones that go through this training first. Now, we also know that we have some teachers at schools that want to be the PBL coach, but we only have enough money to hire like 1, maybe 2 at each school, depending on the size. So we're going to create what are called PBL champions. So they're going to assist the PBL coaches with the majority of that work that you saw taking place in the bubbles. It exists. There are people in our schools that want to go ahead and start adjusting to a problem-based learning environment because they've been wanting to do things differently for years, but they never knew how to do it, and there was never anybody to show them how to do it. And so that's how Discovery Education is going to start working. First with our principals to help them understand what a PBL school looks like. Next, our PBL coaches to learn what it takes to go back and create a problem-based learning environment in your schools and in your classrooms. And those PBL champions who already want to do it, but weren't able to do it before.
Mr. Dudley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's something I've stated in the past quite a few times, latter part of last year after the hiring of Dr. Marzak. And one of our problems in the past is this board has been burnt so many times by buying these programs, softwares and training programs and all types. Some of it involves just software, some of it involves equipment and everything. I truly believe that the director and the staff in making those recommendations were fully convinced that it was going to be the change that we were looking for in the Maury County school system. I think, as Dr. Marzak says, I think we've got some employees that are certainly willing to embrace change. They want to take this discovery program, learn how to teach it, learn how to become coaches to teach their fellow teachers how to utilize it and all. But I think we're gonna have some employees that are sitting back saying, you know what, I've got tenure. You know, if I can make 3 more years, that's all I need to fulfill what I want. And I'm not going to learn this new system. They can't shove it down my throat, and they can't make me eat it, and this and that. And that's only a small percentage. I don't want to imply that all of our teachers are that way, because I think 99.9% of them are truly dedicated to what's in the best interest of the kids. But this does have a quite expensive price tag. You know, I think it's going to be on one of the higher end programs that we have invested in. I think it's got a lot of other things that are going to be, the success will be dependent upon the funding, additional funding we receive from the county commission as to whether we're able to move forward with our technology and then stuff. Right now, a large part of our kids don't have the opportunity to have the technology, and then, so we've got to struggle with that. But I still need assurances that teachers are going to come on board. And I hate to be this way, but if you don't want to come on board and be part of the new programs, are we going to find buses to help carry them on out of the system?
Mr. Director, do you mind if I answer that question? Well, Mr. Dudley, and we've had this conversations before, and I completely understand your position, because you're right, you have been burned in the past. That's one of the reasons why the administrator training at this point is most critical, because principals learn what it looks like in the classroom. And if you go back to my interview, I think we had a conversation about the difference between can't and won't. If you can't implement this type of learning in the classroom, we will give the ability to do what you need to do. We'll hold your hand every single step of the way. We will do what it takes to make sure that it's not about teaching discovery in the classroom, it's about adjusting your practice to become more student-centered versus teacher-centered. However, if we're told I won't do it, then as you know, and as I think you've already seen from my leadership over the last 4.5 months, that's a totally different conversation. There is a difference between can't and won't. This type of instruction and the way we adjust ourselves is what is good for kids. And I firmly believe that if we don't adjust our instruction in the classroom, throwing technology into the mix is going to just make sure that I'm looking for another job, because you will run me out of town.
Mr. Lasser.
And I'm sorry, Director.
Yes, sir.
Help me with the terminology again. We're going to have 2
Oh.
what per school?
Are you talking about the coaches?
Well, is it coaches and special? You said that we were only going to have 2 of.
So with the differentiated pay plan, we're implementing school-based coaches, and there's 3 main coaches: a problem-based learning coach, which is adjusting instruction in the classroom; a professional learning communities coach, which is a coach that helps teachers learn how to work better together so that kids succeed in the classroom; and a data coach. And the coach is going to be in charge of interactive achievement, and they're going to be in charge of the school-based scorecards according to the keys, and getting data to teachers so they can make a better decision. Now, what we've done is we've taken our current budget for our differentiated coaches and determined, based on school size, how many schools get how many coaches. So the larger schools, of course, don't have 1 of each. They may have 2 of each or 3 of each, whereas the smaller schools have at least 1 of each of those coaches. And so one of those coaches, the problem-based learning coaches, will be working very closely with Discovery Education to implement this problem-based learning mentality into the classroom. And this will be a coach that is hired by a panel of teachers at the individual schools. So as you've been reading my Marzac Monday memos, you saw that it was just officially released after kind of teasing people about 2 months ago that we were going to do it. It's finally released. The principals now have to set up interview panels at their schools. So it's going to be the principal, teachers who weren't interested in the job, a community member, and at least 1 central office person participating in these interviews. And teachers have to apply. They have to turn in artifacts, and they have to turn in a job interest application, and they have to literally sit for 30 to 45 minutes and convince that panel, I am the person that needs to be the PBL coach. And then what we have to do is we have to turn around and give those people professional development so that they have the ability to do their jobs effectively. And that's what Discovery Education is going to help us with.
Okay, because somewhere in the conversation, I heard you say that we're gonna have, and now I forgot the title of the person, but we're only gonna have like 2 per school, because that's all we can afford.
And if I could pull up the list here in just a little bit and say how many we have, every school will at least have one of each.
Okay.
Every school.
And the part that caught my ear was,
Yeah.
because that's all we can afford.
Exactly. According to the differentiated pay plan.
Okay.
Basically, across the entire district, we will have 96 coaches.
And so approximately what are we paying each coach?
They will-
Just to do this job? Not-
They will receive a stipend of $1,500. There's also additional money for us to, for them to have a sub twice a month to be able to, I keep hearing an echo, to work with to work with their teachers in their classroom, in addition to money for materials and supplies. So the whole package runs about $3,200, but the most we could do is about $1,500 for the stipend.
Mr. Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've talked with the Director Marzak about this briefly, and I'll be honest with you, it wasn't last week or any time, but it was during our break. And I'm aware of this company, and I've watched the Discovery Channel a lot, so I like that. But I think that we know that Director Marzak is not going to allow any type of I'll just use the word slackers in our faculty. I think that he has the attitude of coach them up or coach them out. And I think that we saw that, even evidence of that tonight, with a problem that we've had for a number of years. And in 4 months, he's decided to take some action. So I applaud him for that. And I think that one of the things that I really like about this program, my understanding is it's going to be more holistic in nature, teaching the entire child, not just to a test or something, but at the same time understanding that we're still going to be measured by tests, and we have to make sure that we fare well on those as well. I think that from my understanding and with my conversation from Dr. Marzak, that initially we'd have to take some money from fund balance, but it would not be a recurring cost from fund balance, that when we get into it, the cost would be budgeted each year, and that the understanding is that it would be dependent upon funding from our funding body. So I think that, having that understanding is important. And I guess the final thing, and you obviously know from our performance tonight that we are very, very conscious of price. But I think in the end, we have to be conscious of the costs of things as well. And the price may seem high now, but the cost of this, if we don't do it, could be that we stay where we are for the next several years. And I think that the cost in that vein would be more expensive than the price. So if I might, I'd like to make a motion that we approve and enter into the contract with Discovery Education.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Morrison to enter the contract, second by Mr. Pennings. All right, so we can get back to discussion on the motion now. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of questions for you guys. I know this looks essentially like a 4-year plan. Kind of 2 questions along that. What does year 5 look like? I'm assuming at that point most of the training portion kind of should be completed if we're at that point. And also assume that some of that may be variable depending on where we get to at different stages. Let's answer that one first, and then I'll go to my second one.
Go ahead and let you answer that question. Certainly. So yes, year 5 is actually our goal. Our goal is not to be in place taking you into year 5, but your teachers have built full capacity and a feedback loop amongst themselves to be able to take themselves into year 5. So we're building teacher leadership capacity, not only the ability for them to teach their classroom, but their ability to guide each other. So 10% of the day is actually spent building my capacity to lead other adults, something somebody forgot to teach me when I went to teacher college, right? So then I go in and perfect my practice in my classroom, and then I invite others in to come see me. So that's practice one we hope to carry over into year 5, is that people are constantly going in and out of each other's classroom, picking up best practices. And then after that happens, we take it out into the school with us. So these 4 people, these 4 identified teachers, will then proactively begin to teach others. And then there are 26 specific steps over the course of 4 years. And they're detailed in your plan. Step 27, they're going to have a really good idea of what they want to do next, right? Our continuum will take them to a certain point, but I'd say about 2 years in, they're going to know exactly where they want to be in year 5. And it's up to us to be flexible and to help guide them in that direction. Build their continuous capacity, not only to teach well and to guide well, but to continue to innovate and keep going.
So I assume that at year 5, we're more moving towards where, from you guys, we're getting more of just the content side of this and less of the training and the
Yes, sir.
and the system side. Okay. Well, on those lines, do you have anybody that's at year 5 yet?
Not with this particular program, no, sir.
Okay.
I think our most the partner who originally helped us develop this is currently in year 3.5.
Okay.
So, but they're already thinking forward too. So.
Okay. Are they on schedule for the similar to this? Are they on schedule for that 4-year kind of timeline?
This particular partner has a 3-year timeline, so they've actually exceeded their 3-year timeline.
Okay.
So, but we're still in place. We're still supporting them as their content partner, and we're supporting them through the Discovery Educator Network. And our coaches are still in place, responding to the needs that have come up. So they continue to bring us back in, but it's not a continuation of this plan. It's us being completely responsive to their current realities, which do change.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and along those lines, I mean, I am, and I've had this discussion with the director as well about weighting very heavily on what he's asking us to do, and that's going to be about 99% of where my decision is right now. I will say though, I'm a little concerned that we don't have anybody that's finished this, because just personally, I would like to see some graduates, so to speak, some people that have, some systems that have been through the system. They're maybe on years 6 and 7. They've implemented this and it's working great. Also, I'd like to see that it would be nice to be able to see somebody that perhaps they're on a 4-year plan and it really ended up taking them about 5.5, and that's okay. But I'd like to see some reality of really how it, because I do see that there may be some issues in a school system, not just ours, of the adoption rate, of some pushback, some cultural change issues, because as anyone knows, changing the culture of any organization is difficult. So I guess that's what I was looking for. I'm kind of disappointed you don't have that yet, but you can only, I guess, work as fast as you guys can work. But I appreciate you answering my questions.
Mr. Director, and then Mr. Lindsay.
And one of the things that I can attest to is the flexibility of the partnership that we have, Mr. Moore. We had an issue arise in Oak Ridge within the first year. We contacted, Rob and Andy flew down, met with the director and I for like maybe an hour or two, and the final decision was, okay, Marzak and Borchers, what do you want to do? That's what we'll do. There's going to be, we're going to be, as a partner, losing money on this. It was less money we were sending to Discovery Ed, and they were like, but that's okay. Because what's more important is that we keep the partnership and we adjust instruction in the classroom. We're not here to make money. They make money off Discovery Education. They're not making money off the partnership. They're here to change instruction in the classroom to give kids greater opportunities. So one of the cool things, that's kind of weird to say, one of the cool things is this is really a partnership. So if we see things that we need to change, adjust, or flex, they are willing to do that.
I just kind of want to echo what Mr. Morrison said and kind of what Mr. Moore hit on. I will be the first to admit that this is over my head. I'm not an educational expert. I'm not an expert in anything. But some time ago, we as a board made a decision that we would like to go in a different direction. And we took a lot of time and put in a lot of effort. And I think we all sit here today and feel like that we went and found the best educational expert we could find. And saying that, you know, when I look at the price, I get sticker shock. But thinking about, we as a board wanted to move in a new direction. We took that step. We went out and hired the best head coach we could find. if we hamstring him by telling him what plays to call and who to play at quarterback, then we could have saved a lot of money and went with a different coach. So, what's scary to say, but I'm putting a lot of faith in you, Dr. Marzak, and I'm kind of excited where this is going.
Mr. Pennings.
I'm just guessing, maybe Dr. Marzak can answer this. As these educators are going to these classes and learning, I mean, you're probably going to see some improvement early because they're not going to sit there and be silent about what they learned. They're going to spread it around. And Dr. Marzak, just let you know that credit card you and I talked about, you're filling it up.
I had a feeling that was coming. The beautiful thing is a lot of these trainings are led by current practicing educators and exemplars in the classroom. So these trainings, teachers are going to be able to go back that next day and begin to implement things if they are willing to risk and do it. And that's one of the reasons why the administrators are part of the training, because the administrators are going to tell them, it's okay, you can try it. And I'll be honest with you, in my travels around this county, that's been in short supply. It's okay to risk, and it's okay to try, and this will help our teachers understand that it's okay. You may not get what you expected, but you're a whole lot better off than where you were. Now let's flex, let's adjust, let's move, let's change. And that's where we're going.
I think, too, Mr. Director, I guess one of the things, like hitting on the point that Mr. Dudley made, we've maybe had some issues in the past where we've bought programs and maybe we haven't seen results. But one of the things I think that you're putting in place is a scorecard system where if these are objectives, these are our keys that we're trying to progress to, we're going to be able to start tracking that on an annual basis. And I guess internally, you'll probably be doing it even more often to see, are we, and we have to be realistic. I mean, we have to know that changing old habits die hard, and that's going to take some time. We're not maybe going to see results overnight. We would love to see results overnight, but this may be a 2 or 3 year time frame that we're looking at when we're going to start seeing results. But we're going to have the system in place where there's accountability and we're able to have some oversight to see, are we seeing results? Is that
And what I'm really excited about is the response that you're going to get from teachers. One of the things that I love that you guys did before I came is that you started to meet with teachers and you started to ask them questions. You know, what's it like? Talk to us. They're going to tell you what's going to be happening in these trainings, and they're going to be excited because it's exciting things that Discovery Education is going to bring to Murray County schools. Things that our teachers, I'll be honest with you, a large percent of our teachers don't even know exists or is possible. So it's going to be very exciting. And consequently, the underlying thing that's going to happen as a result of this, I'm sure of, is we're going to see a retention amongst our teachers. They're going to want to stay because they're in a different cultural environment where it's okay to risk, and you're having fun again in the classroom and doing things with kids. Our teachers will choose to stay over that versus taking a pay raise from another system.
just real briefly, and I'll get to you, Mr. Lassner, in a moment. Just want to do just a few housekeeping items. Mr. Walliver, you've reviewed this contract, and this is acceptable to you as far as the form of the contract. And one thing as far as whether this has to be competitively bid, are we okay with approving this contract without doing a competitive bid process? Okay, and then Ms. Perkins may be able to answer this for us. As far as the funding, what is our funding plan? How would we, if we enter into a contract and the first year is going to be due $718,000? What's the game plan on how we'll pay for that?
Mr. Gaines, if you could please come up and if you could address that. $718,000 is not going to be due up front. We're going to work together to come up with, over the next 4 years, what's due and when. So as you can see now, this is already February. So next we have to sit down. We got to talk about training. We got to talk about when we start. There will be a portion of money that will be due before June 30th to cover the training that we're going to do now with administrators to get them on the pony before summer. But that amount's not due in lump. But Mr. Gaines, if you could please.
Good evening. As y'all, as we discussed at the budget meeting, we already had looked at the budget and determined that we've got some places where that we're going to realize some savings. And we're already looking at some of those and realizing that, you know, that savings potentially could be, you know, $2 million. We intend, and that's an area where we intend to look at to fund this project. So that way we don't have to switch to fund balance. We can fund that. And then once we decide to move forward, it'll be in the budget for next year.
All right, so we can vote on this tonight and enter into agree to enter in a contract, and we believe that we have existing funds and existing accounts where we can pay for this without having to take anything out of fund balance.
That is correct. And keep in mind, like Dr. Marzak said, we're going to continue to work with this company to narrow down exactly what we want to do and continue to narrow that cost. What you're voting for is a proposal. I would say not to exceed that amount. Would you agree? Yes. And then we would continue to say, as we look at professional development, Discovery Education team work with our staff. We determine the scope of work, and now we'll come back and really go forward and say, okay, here's what we're going to narrow down and do, and then determine what we're going to get accomplished this year.
Mr. Lester.
When we talk about the number of professionals that we're going to go through, the champions and whatnot that we're going to train, where we're going to have possibly 2 of each from the larger schools, 1 from the smaller. The group that you said got a little bit behind, how much would it help us if we were to train more than 1 or 2 per school? You know, what does that do for the program? Does it really speed it up? Does it just kind of speed it up?
We believe very strongly in the power of 4, especially given the numbers of teachers that you have at your school. The idea, once again, that 1 teacher would influence the teachers that they are in close proximity to. So we believe very strongly, based on the teacher numbers that you submitted, that 4 is more than adequate, and we see that working in every single partnership we currently are working with. You're welcome.
Any other discussion on the motion? All right, so we have a motion. It has been seconded to approve the proposal from Discovery Education. If there's no other discussion, we're ready to vote. That motion passes 10-0.
Thanks for coming in, guys. You guys don't know this, but they flew in from North Carolina today. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We appreciate it.
And thank you to the entire board. We are really looking forward to partnering with you and being a big part of the transformation that takes place. And I think you're going to get really used to seeing a lot of us and many of the Discovery Education family in the coming months and in the coming years. So thanks again, and we're really looking forward to this partnership.
Yeah, it is definitely an exciting time in Murray County, so we're happy to have you all part of that excitement. All right, so let's figure out where we're at. So calm down. All right, Mr. Dudley, you'd had an item under new business, but I think you want to pull that off the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, due to time constraints, and then Dr. Marzak and I had a little conversation earlier this evening, and so we're going to try and look at it a little bit and come up with a appropriate time and manner to have discussions on that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dudley. All right, Mr. Lindsay, you've got you've asked to be added on the agenda regarding a facility, and I'll just turn that over to you.
I passed out a sheet to everyone before the meeting, but just a little background. That I had a community member approach me about the process that needed to happen to name a facility after someone, and so I got with Dr. Marzak, and we followed board policy, and it's listed there 3.216. And so we've gone through the process. There was a committee formed with the help of Dr. Gunn, and then some community members. And what you have before you, this committee met 2 different times, and the last time we met was last Wednesday, and that's why it didn't get on the agenda. But the stakeholders from the Mount Pleasant community would like to name the softball field in honor of Ronnie Duggar. He recently passed away, but Coach Duggar was the first softball coach at Mount Pleasant High School, and was a longtime football coach. And actually, one of the person that brought this to me, the field is named. I'll try not to get too long, but the city owned the field up until just a few years ago, and then it was deeded over to the county. But during the time that the city owned it, it was named Roberts Murray Softball Field, and after Jerry Roberts and Bob Murray. And Jerry Roberts was actually the person that came to me asking about renaming that, and then we asked Bob Murray to serve on the committee. So both of those men were thought it was a great idea, more than willing to do it. So we followed that that policy, and so we present. I'll make the motion tonight that we name the softball field at Mount Pleasant the Ronnie Duggar softball field.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Thank you for bringing that to us, Mr. Lindsay. All right, we're ready to proceed with the vote. All right, Mr. Lindsay, you can report to the Duggar family that motion passed.
I'll just add, just as a note, the city of Mount Pleasant has agreed to pay for the sign to go out there, just because they're to make them like what's there. So it's kind of a partnership between us and them, and I thought that was pretty noble of them. And I'm sure there'll be some ceremony at some point, and I'll try to inform the board of that.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Lindsay. All right, Mr. Director, you asked to add an item on the agenda regarding this possible pilot program with Representative Butts.
So there is there's currently a bill right now that's running through the legislature, and I'm going to go ahead and pull it up real quick. This bill is it's Senate Bill 1984 and House Bill 2160. And what this bill basically does, and it was entered in by Representative Bowling, what it does is it gives school systems the ability to implement the ACT suite of assessments versus doing TN Ready. I was contacted by Representative Butt this past week, who has talked to some of the officials at the Department of Education, talks to some of the other representatives, does not believe that the bill will pass this year, but would like to volunteer Murray County Schools to enter into a 4-year pilot to be free of TN Ready and implement the ACT suite of assessments in grades 3 through 11. Taking into account that the Department of Education said Tennessee Succeeds, they're going to have a composite 21 ACT for all kids within the next couple years, and the fact that our Keys to College and Career Readiness states that we want all of our children to meet the ACT college readiness benchmarks. Personally, myself, I believe I see the ACT suite of assessments as a better method to achieve our keys than the TN Ready assessment. So I would like permission from this board to contact Representative Butt and tell her that we are interested in piloting the ACT suite of assessments in Murray County Schools for the next 4 years.
Thank you, Mr. Director. And I think, Ms. Hargrove, you've done some research into our current policies to see, is that necessary to get board approval? And I think your research indicated that he could proceed on his own authority, but the director did want to get input of the board, because that is, I guess, a pretty that would be a big change, and it would be, I guess, we may be one of the only districts in the state that would have that type of assessment.
Exactly. No other. This was something that I tried to float up to Kevin Huffman's administration about 2 years ago when Oak Ridge was classified as a high-performing school. There's a High-Performing School Act that allows you to get away from certain state stipulations and such and so forth. And I was politely told by his chief of staff, no, with no explanation why. So now we have an opportunity to enter into this. And I really believe that if we're going to make a good run at key number 5, we need to implement a measure that's directly aligned to key number 5, and the ACT is.
Let me ask just real quick, Mr. Director, as far as the ACT assessment, give us a little bit of information so we understand how that would differ from using the 10 Ready and why you think one would be better than the other.
So right now, the TN Ready is based on state standards, and those state standards are determined by teachers, and they're determined by the State Board of Ed, and they're kind of vetted back and forth. The ACT is based on the ACT tested standards. So let's take a look at that 11th grade test. That's kind of, I wouldn't say just kind of say watered down, but it's all the way down to 3rd grade. They roll down that 11th grade assessment all the way down to 3rd grade. So basically what we would be doing is we would be integrating a curriculum that's directly aligned to how students will perform on the 11th grade ACT all the way down to kindergarten. So they'll be working on ACT standards from the minute they walk into the school doors. And I believe personally that we will see our college readiness benchmarks jump. We will also see our district-wide composite jump, because everything testing-wise in Murray County will be focused on the ACT suite of assessments versus a TN Ready assessment, which is not linked and aligned to the ACT. Not only that, for this year and from this year on out, we are now accountable for our ACT scores as part of our district accountability measures. So it just makes sense. All signs are pointing to, why don't we adopt the ACT as our state assessment versus a TN Ready assessment?
Mr. Lassiter.
What's the consequences to students that don't hit the benchmark?
Are you talking about the keys to college and career readiness?
Well, if we go over to the ACT suite of assessments,
yes,
rather than TN Ready, then if we have students that don't hit the
what ACT tells us is that if a kid doesn't hit the ACT college readiness benchmarks, they're going to need remedial courses when they get to college. So ACT tells us, and that's one reason why that was selected as our key, not only because the community asked for it, but also because it sets out a benchmark that we're not comfortable in Murray County sending our students off to college having to take remedial courses.
Okay. So I guess then the answer to the question I was looking, or the answer I was heading for here is, if the students don't make it, it doesn't affect their grade. This is a way that we're measuring what we're teaching them.
Exactly. It doesn't affect their grade, but it does affect their possibilities in college. As you know, ACT affects whether or not you get scholarships, entry into universities, and remedial courses. You know, you've got one there.
I think this would help us because I heard on the radio today that 48% of Tennessee graduates from high school, excuse me, are not ready for college and need remediation or special classes.
I'd also, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to comment. Tonight I had my student council meeting at 3:30. We've been taking the TN Ready assessment now for about 4 months at various times. I have anecdotal evidence from students who've been saying it's not easy to navigate. You can't just click on a question you want. You to hit finish to go back. There's no time on the screen. They're having problems with TN Ready. The ACT suite of assessments have been developed years ago, and they've been used for years. It's a whole state of Alabama is using the ACT suite of assessments right now, and they're going to start making a run on the country pretty soon. The ACT has vetted their measure, and their measure works. As of now, and I talked to Ben Torres about this tonight, we're going to talk about it next week when I'm at the legislative conference in Nashville with all the directors of schools. TN Ready is flawed, and we're not even sure if the results of that test are going to be valid based on what we've been hearing from students who've been taking the TN Ready over the last couple months.
And basically, Tennessee Ready, this is the first year of that assessment, is that right? And basically the state is just working out the kinks as they go, and we're almost like guinea pigs, I guess, right?
That's exactly what I called the kids this evening. Miss Johnson can attest that I'd called them guinea pigs, and they weren't too happy with that.
All right, now I do also, Ms. Parker, she left early, so just to explain, I guess with this being added on the agenda tonight, Representative Butt gave us a pretty short deadline to let her know whether to, I guess, carry a bill
Monday.
All right, so Mr. Director, do you want us to take a vote to give our consent to you to move forward? Is that what you would like?
Yes, I'd appreciate that. Yes, sir.
All right, do I hear a motion to give consent for the director to move forward with Representative Butt to see if she can pass a bill to allow Murray County to have a pilot program to use the ACT
In lieu.
assessments in lieu of the Tennessee Ready? Does everybody understand what we're voting on? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Mr. Moore. All right. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Laster.
Just a quick question. So funding for this, where are we switching? I assume we're going to have to pay for this.
No, the state of Tennessee currently allocates money for us to take the TN Ready assessment. Instead of allocating that money to take TN Ready, that money will be allocated for us to take the ACT.
All right. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All right, that motion passes 10-0. Now on to other business. Under instruction, we have the Colioca Unit School, which is requested to add the addition of cross-country. Everybody saw that in their attachment. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve? Motion by Ms. Powers, second by Ms. I'll give that to you, Mr. Morrison. Any discussion on the motion? Ready to vote. Motion passes 10-0. Next item, we have the director. You're recommended hiring 2 arts personnel for Mount Pleasant High School.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Director. I've had multiple conversations over the last couple months, not only with parents at Mount Pleasant High School, but also with members of the business community. You know a lot about Jim Barrier at Smelter Services and what he's trying to do. The conversations I've had with parents and students is that they get a great arts integration program at Mount Pleasant Middle School, and then it just drops off the face of the earth when they get to Mount Pleasant High School. These 2 positions I've already worked with Dr. Gunn on. These would be positions that would be integrated during the course of the day, and they also would be able to be credit-bearing courses. And so basically what would happen is students that are in drama and dance would be able to then continue that drama and dance. One of the things that I'm really excited about is if we can get this up and running. We already know that Mount Pleasant Middle School attracts people from around the county to come from out of zone to be there. I expect to see the same thing happen over the next couple of years at Mount Pleasant High School. I expect them to start drawing students from around the county with the arts emphasis. Now, I do want to work on for next year's budget cycle to create an arts integration program where we have equal arts around the county. But I know that Mount Pleasant High School is adequately poised to be a great continuation from Mount Pleasant Middle School, where some of the other schools in the county are not at that point yet because of their students not having the prerequisites that they got at Mount Pleasant Middle School. I consequently had a meeting the other day at Smelter Services, and they had actually put this on their radar as a high-yield strategy that they were going to approach me with as what they're calling the innovation zone, donating time and money from the Mount Pleasant business side to create an arts program at the elementary, middle, and high school program. So actually what had happened is the parents and business leaders actually got a jump on that by approaching me and asking me about doing this. And so I'd like to bring this up for a vote tonight.
Okay, Mr. Director, do we have existing funding that would be able to cover this?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so this wouldn't require any fund balance transfer or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, is there any discussion or questions about Mr. Director? Mr. Lassiter.
First off, I'd like to say even when my son left Mount Pleasant Middle in 2010, this was a big deal because exactly, kids were going through this program and they'd hit high school and the parents would be like, oh, now there's nothing for them to do. And we weren't the only ones. We weren't the people coming. It was a 20-mile one-way trip for us. And there were people that were coming from Port Royal down to Mount Pleasant Middle. And so this is long overdue, and I really appreciate it, and I'd like to make a motion to accept this.
Okay, motion to approve. Is there a second? Mr. Penning, seconded. All right, any discussion on the motion? Mr.
Really
Director.
quick, I'd like to really thank Dr. Gunn. He's been really innovative in this process, and I hit him with some really hard things early, and he took the ball and he ran with it in some really pretty uncharted waters. So I wanted to take this time publicly with the vast amount of people that are still here at 10:56 at night. Hang in there, people. Dr. Gunn, thank you. Because he could have easily looked at me and said, Marzak, it ain't going to work. And he looked at me and he said, we'll make it work. We can do it. The kids are worth it. So I want to thank Dr. Gunn for his forward-thinking, innovative ability and willing to be a risk taker.
Mr. Moore.
I'll be very brief. I was skeptical at first on this because I'm on just doing one school, but when you mentioned that this is going to be the start of expanding this to all the schools, that's exactly what I want to hear. I want to see this kind of stuff, and hopefully it does a wonderful job, and we can really push this out to all the schools, because I'd love to have additional arts opportunities at every single school.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Motion passes 10-0. Mr. Director.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Being time is of the essence, this is January 28th. We need people to start now. Is it possible for Dr. Gunn to hire immediately for these positions to begin as soon as possible? The longer we wait, the less opportunities there are for kids.
I think with the motion that just passed, I think you're good to go. Sounds good. All right, next item, we have a CSM contract for E-rate compliance services. Looks like that's a contract for, is it $5,000?
Initially 5,000. The cap is 25. And being time as it is, I'm going to throw this out there. What we're trying to do, the budget I sent you was some numbers for each school, and those numbers are based off last year's kind of enrollment, kind of working with the vendor without a contract. Those numbers would be what we could buy certain items and services for each school that the federal government, in essence, would pay, would allow us to get $1.7 million. And then we would be responsible for the difference between the pre-discounted, which is there, which is like 1.4 something, 300 and some $1,000. This does not obligate us to any of that. All this says is that because nobody in Murray County has ever done Category 2, which is what we would be looking to get is access point switches, getting everything up to 10 gig backbone and ready for these devices, if that would be the board's direction. All this does is let me make sure I get all the paperwork going to move forward for that. I checked with other people, the reason why this was chosen. They capped it at 25. All the other vendors said, if you go for 1.7, we want 6% of it. So this was the best deal.
Okay, and so basically this is a contract where we may spend money but actually make money.
Correct.
Because we're actually going to be asking for some federal funding for some technology.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so is there any discussion on that? Any questions? All right, we got a motion by Mr. Lindsay to approve what's attached as attachment 8 to our agenda. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Moore. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Motion passes 10-0. Next item, we're moving into finance now. Dr. Perkins, we've seen your monthly reports. Does any member have any questions regarding the monthly reports? Seeing none, we're ready to proceed to your budget amendments. That was attached to your packet as attachment number 11. Does anybody have any discussion or questions regarding those amendments? All right, everybody's going to shoot me, but I did have a question. Dr. Perkins. All right. It's going to be very brief. One of the first amendments, 4373, looks like we're taking a lot of money out of longevity pay. Help me understand exactly what we're taking money out of.
What happened was when my predecessor was here, she changed the account number for the longevity pay because she wanted to see it. She wanted it to stand out, but did not inform payroll. So when they did the longevity pay, they paid it from the regular salary line. So all we're doing is taking the amount that they paid everyone for longevity and putting it into that salary line, so that salary line doesn't go into the negative.
So this is basically a budget type thing and moving boxes, things
Yes,
into boxes.
yes.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I had.
Sorry,
Any other
I
questions?
should have made it sweet, short and sweet.
Any other questions? Does anybody want to vote on those amendments separately? Is there a motion to approve the budget amendments? All right, motion by Mr. Morrison, second by Mr. Pennings. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, ready to vote. Motion passes 10-0. All right, we're ready to move to your items, Mr. Breeden. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go through each one to see if there's any discussions or questions, and then we'll start do a vote. All right, first bid is 16028. Looks like this is special education to approve funding $60,250. Anybody have any questions? Mr. Moore.
I know I've brought this up several times. At some point, are we going to get kind of an idea of this number that just kind of keeps popping up every few months, or is this going to be budgeted differently as we move forward?
Actually, Ms. Ventura couldn't be here this evening. She's in another meeting. She sent me this email today. She said that the PO here for $40,000 has to do with that we have an unexpected contract extension because the speech pathologist at Randolph Elementary School is on medical leave and retiring. The position is posted for MCPS, but we've had 0 qualified applicants. So that's why we're having a contract for the services.
Any other discussion or questions? All right, next bid, dealing with textbooks. Any questions on that? What is that for, Mr. Breeden? American Pageant?
I'm going to toss that to to somebody who, yeah, Ms. Miller knows. Thank you. Yeah, it was
So this
just,
is not
we
like a
didn't have
pageant
enough
show or
books.
something? Okay, good.
Okay.
All right, it's history, I'm good. That's all I need to know. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Thank you,
next-
Beverly. I knew that, but I
Yeah.
couldn't remember.
Next item is the Longleaf Student Analytics. It's a little late. 75,000, Mr. Director.
Yeah, not a problem. This is our digital dashboard for measuring our keys performance. So what you'll see is you guys will have access to the full suite. So you'll be able to dig down to the individual student level to see how they're performing according to the keys. We'll have a overwide district dashboard that will be on our website where anybody can go in and see how our overall district is currently doing, and it will be like a stock ticker. It will update instantaneously. So while you look at it 1 second, it could change the next day or the next hour that you log back in and look at it. But they're going to digitize our scorecards for us. If we don't do Longleaf, Teresa has to do it by hand.
Any discussion? Yes, we do. Any discussions or questions? All right, we'll move on to the next one, interactive achievement.
Yes, this is the formative assessment software where teachers can launch assessment-based activities in the classroom, and they're all digital in nature. So even if we get away from T and Ready and move to the ACT suite, Longleaf will still be beneficial in allowing teachers to make informed decisions as they move on. We've been using interactive achievement as we've been trying to get everything figured out, and we're hearing overwhelmingly that teachers love it because it's editable, it's changeable, and it's shareable. So teachers across the entire state who are using it can share questions with one another, and they can edit everything. So it's a pretty powerful program. And our data informatics coaches will be using Longleaf and interactive achievement together.
Any discussion or questions on that? All right, let's move down to number 6. May take us a little out of order. The solution tree professional development. What is that?
So actually, number 5 and number 6 actually go together. So where the PBL coaches are going to be receiving training from Discovery Ed, our professional learning community coaches are going to be receiving training from Solution Tree in St. Charles, Missouri. This is the closest training that we could find to us so that we can take a bus versus flying people somewhere such as Los Angeles or Miami or New York or Las Vegas. So this is the closest one that we can find, and it's training for principals, central office personnel, and all of the professional learning community coaches to learn about how to integrate professional learning communities effectively in their schools.
And Mr. Director, how does that differ from what, I guess, the contract that we entered into with Discovery Education? Would this training be different or
Yes.
different personnel?
Yeah, this training is completely different. Where problem-based learning talks about how you adjust instruction in the classroom, professional learning communities is how the adults work together to make sure that the school is a harmonious place and the focus is on learning, not on teaching. So it's completely different and for a different set of coaches.
And so and I guess is some way help to prepare things for the Discovery Education, or is it?
They'll in essence, it's all a cyclical nature, if you will. They'll all work in tandem in some form or fashion together.
Okay, does anybody have any questions about that? All right, we do have the, I'm sorry, Mr. Breeden.
No, I'm.
All right. Well, I do want to go back to the hotel accommodations, the 32,000. Does anybody have any discussion or questions? All right, I did have some questions on that. And I may be not reading this right, Mr. Breeden, you may correct me, but it looks like as far as the hotel cost, it's about $181 a night. Am I reading that right?
Yes, to my understanding, this is the hotel where the training is scheduled, and it was the place that they were recommended to stay. So that's, that's why that's the best cost we could get at that hotel.
And then the other thing I was looking at, it looks like that's for 60 rooms for 3 nights. So if I'm looking at this right, there's going to be 60 attendees that will be staying at the hotel. Mm-hmm. And so we're getting 60 rooms. Could we, and maybe I'm not reading that right, but.
I think there's more than 60 attendees. We have some people bunking up. Yeah.
What I'm looking at from Mr. Gaines says this is for lodging for 60 participants.
What we try to do is when we book the professional development, we've got to go now because we're not the only participants. We're trying to get our space there so we can lodge our participants. So we looked at what's the max number we think could go. We can adjust down after doing that, but we're trying to get that adjustment out there so that we know however many people we get booked to go, that's what's going.
Okay, I understand it. I guess there's some estimation there, but I would, if there's 60 people going, I would like to see, if the hotel is costing $181 a night, I would like to see some people, sharing a room.
Scott,
now, if that's we'll have to do it in an appropriate manner. But it would seem like if you did 2 per room, if it's $32,000, that cuts the cost down by $15,000, and so that's a significant sum. And so I'm just making that. Want to just make that point.
We'll see what we can do. Definitely, Scott and I can share a king suite together.
Mr.
Now,
Chairman.
if it was Mr. Moore and I, we'd probably be at the Hotel 6. We'd probably be like camping.
Yeah, I understand it's trying to save money, Mr. Chairman, but unfortunately, some of us don't bunk too well with other people.
We'll do the best we can.
Any other discussion or questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion, or let me ask, does anybody want to pull this out and vote on this separately? These 6 bids. Okay, is there a motion to approve the 6 bids that are listed in our agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Pennings. Second. Second by Mr. Morrison. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Motion passes 10-0. Unless somebody wants to discuss something on the other items of the agenda, I would thank Spring Hill Middle School if anybody was still here, but maybe we can get the thanks to them for the artwork and the pledge, and I'll turn it over to the director for any announcements.
All right. So really quickly, one of the changes we need to make, you'll see January 29th Academic Committee meeting. That is February the 29th. It's a typo, so mark your calendars for February 29th for the next Academic Committee. And then as you see, moving on down, February 1st, February 4th, you see all of those things. I won't read them to all of you. One of the things that's really critical, though, is Tuesday, February the 16th, TSBA Day on the Hill. We get a chance to go and talk to our legislators face to face. I would encourage everybody to please attend that because that's a critical day. As you know, last year's was canceled due to snow. So they haven't seen us in quite a while, so it's always good to go face to face with legislators and tell them what you think, especially about vouchers. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Is there anything that anybody wants to talk about of the board members? Open the floor. All right, Mr. Dudley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all the schools for the gift items they given us. I hope somebody calls the sheriff's department and tells them that we didn't break in any stores and steal all these goods before we get home. So thank you. And I appreciate the work all of you do.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, I entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. Morrison. Second by Mr. Moore.